Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis is ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live. Somebody, let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in good spirits, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. Let us not forget that. Man, I missed you guys yesterday. I will say that. I missed y'all. Had some things to take care of. Couldn't get into the room, in front of a camera and give you guys the news. But yeah, there was chaos everywhere. Chaos everywhere. And of course, there's more chaos happening right now as we speak in these streets. Let me just show you what I mean. Let me show you exactly what I mean right now. Chaos continues to keep going. And it won't stop. It's not going to stop anytime soon, which is also insane because there's protests happening. There's multi-tiered, compartmentalized protests going on throughout the world. In fact, throughout the country. Let's make it more condensed. Throughout the country. And it's absolutely insane. We got to talk about all this stuff. Let's not forget Trump, Iran. What's going on with that? Are they going to deploy soldiers out there? That's another question that needs to be answered. Let's not forget there's a Hollywood actor out on the lam right now that we also need to discuss and talk about as well. So there's a lot going on. We're going to get into it. Trust and believe. We got a lot to talk about. So please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, please make sure you hit that follow button, okay? Follow me, please. All right? Especially on TikTok and on Facebook. TikTok is the Pascal Show 1. The Pascal Show 1. Please follow me over there. That'd be greatly appreciated, all right? We might have to have a discussion about TikTok here in a second. But anyway, hit that like button, hit that follow button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button here on my YouTube channel. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips, and my third channel, Pascal Raw. Trust me, new stuff's coming out on those platforms very, very soon. So make sure you're subscribed. Hit that notification bell on all these platforms. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because honestly, it's breaking news and it's random. Whenever I can get in here, things have been wild in my neck of the woods lately. All right. So please make sure you have that notification bell on and set to all. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. And of course, don't forget, check out PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. PascalMerch.com. Okay, guys. Have mercy. There's a lot of stuff going on. We have got to talk about a lot of stuff. Obviously, there's a lot that happened yesterday that I missed out on. Didn't get a chance to talk to you. And also, there's a part 2 that I do want to share with y'all. There's a part 2 to a video that we saw yesterday that I may show you guys the first part and the second part together, because there is a video that's gone viral all over TikTok of a girl, a DoorDasher, literally running into a person's home, a customer's home. And there was a full-on standoff with ICE agents, and then 5-0 got involved and all that. And what's interesting is that there's a part 2 to the video, which is 10 minutes long. It's a completely different. The outcome is surprising, actually, and heartbreaking, to be really honest. But there's a part 1 and part 2. I didn't know that. We only saw part 1, but there is a part 2. So if we get some time, I may squeeze that into the show here in a little bit, in a little while. But nonetheless, there's a lot going on. Now you are seeing ICE agents making house calls. I'm not kidding, guys. You're seeing it right here. This is old news. This footage right here is old. But they are now making house calls. Vice President J.D. Vance did make that statement in he made a statement a couple days ago. I mean, it was a few days after. I mean, I think it was the very next day after Renee Good lost her life. He was already saying that they were going to be going out here, going door to your crib. So, just want to make that abundantly clear. In fact, let's take a listen to some of this real quick.
You're violating human rights. Tell me what right you have in this
Okay, you get the general idea, but this has been happening over the past couple days. They are coming in. They are just, yeah, they're doing their thing. They are doing their thizang. Of course, the protests are continuing on because, of course, they have brought in more ICE officers or ICE agents to the area, and they're not going to stop. This is not going to. They're not going to let, as they say, we're not going to back down, right? So again, this is all just massively insane. But of course, I am still looking for, because I know that there's like live streams of like the protests that are actually happening right now. I am still looking for those because they're kind of hard to find. There's one that you could see, but it's some people aren't like that. Some of these guys who do the coverage of these protests and whatnot, they're not there yet, if that makes any sense. They're kind of still en route to capture some of these protests. But again, this is all very sad. But I'm going to show you another angle. This is what happened yesterday. Like I said, they're coming into the homes of people's house. They're going into people's homes and grabbing these people, taking them out. Okay.
Minneapolis. We have got ICE operations going on right now in a neighborhood there. We have got an AP camera that is following the action around. We have got protesters who have been talking with ICE agents, putting that mildly. They have been yelling, they have been pounding drums. We had the sound up, but there is profanity. I don't know if we want to put the sound up. We're not going to put the sound up, but we're going to watch what happens because this is live. It is unfolding as we speak. We don't know what to expect because this is a live shot that we are not necessarily in control of. But when you see Minneapolis neighborhood right now, you can see that weapons are drawn. We are not sure what type of home they are in front of right now, if they were there to make an arrest, exactly what is happening. But what we are watching is happening live as we speak. So we've got some profanity on some cardboard there. So we're going to move away from that. And now.
Oh, damn. Well, that's something new, by the way. Jesse Weber. Oh, that's interesting. Jesse Weber live. So now that's interesting. Just so you know, I mean, congratulations to Jesse Weber. Real talk. That's huge. That's big deals. But now he's on News Nation now. Interesting. Sorry, I know that's a left turn for those of y'all who are not true crime, fans, or listeners. That is just a surprising piece of information being thrown up on the screen. That's dope. So I guess it is true that Ashley Banfield is leaving News Nation. That's very interesting. Huh.
Now we've got another protester continuously pounding that drum. So you can only imagine the chaos, what that sounds like right now. And again, we're only keeping the sound down because there is profanity. So the ICE agents there on the street, again, with the protesters. We are going to keep our eyes on this block in Minneapolis. We've got our reporter there in the region. We've got a camera there. We've got the ICE agents moving in to a home, pushing a protester out of the way. You see it there.
You're absolutely right. I just saw the comment. I can't put it up on the screen because you have a couple curse words in there. But I will say, yeah, cat red rose. I don't know. Pardon if I'm messing that up. But yeah, curse words. We censor those things on the platform. Okay, just so y'all know. All right, so try to use code words while you're commenting or anything like that. Just a heads up, because the algorithm and YouTube doesn't like that stuff even when you make those kind of comments. Just so you know. But here's the other thing. Yes, there are a lot of people saying a lot of things about Renee Good that are not true at all. They're just putting out a bunch of BS rumors that aren't even true at all, which is really, really sad. They'll do whatever they can to try to discredit or make a person look worse than they are, saying that she didn't have custody over her kids and this, that, and the third. I mean, those things have not panned out to be true. But again, welcome to the freaking internet, right? The internet is absolutely insane, and they will say whatever they can. And then what's sad is people who have gullible minds soak that up and think that is actual scripture, right? That's truth, when it's actually not true at all. It's sad, but that's just how the cookie crumbles nowadays, right? And they'll say whatever they can to fit that narrative for their own minds, right? It's sad, but it's true. That's the world that we live in.
ICE agents, as protesters are out on the street, making noise, alerting people on the street that these agents are there. This is the type of protest that we have been seeing. This is an Associated Press live camera in Minneapolis that we are watching. Who they are after, we still don't know, but we know that they have been standing outside of this house on the sidewalk. And as the agents were approaching this house just minutes ago, you could hear and see the protesters making all this noise, seeming to alert. And we even saw one woman going up to a vehicle from law enforcement, using hand gestures, screaming in front of a vehicle that did end up moving, not lunging or anything, but just the vehicle itself, was in play. There was somebody in the car that was driving, and we saw a protester using hand gestures in front of the car. So now we've got the agents that have gone out of the car, joined the others on the sidewalk, approached this house in Minneapolis. They have the house surrounded. There are other officers that have their back to the house, and that means that they're watching the protesters. They are protecting those agents that are going into the house and keeping a perimeter around the operation take place on the streets of Minneapolis. We're also watching protesters making a lot of noise, also surrounding the house, those agents are trying to keep those protesters at a safe distance. And we even saw some of those agents, some law enforcement, physically pushing people, not too much, but just pushing them back, probably for their own safety as well, getting them away from the front lawn of the house that they are breaching now. So we've got agents that are inside of a house. We're going to wait and see who they bring out. because they could be going after somebody there illegally. We just don't know what is going on, other than we know that a house is being entered into by these agents while people are screaming around this house as well.
You know what? One thing I don't mean to sound dramatic here. It's probably going to sound hella dramatic, and I'm not trying to sound dramatic, but it's going to sound dramatic. No matter how many ways I look at this, no matter how many ways you fry this egg, it's going to sound dramatic. But I'm going to say it anyway, and it's going to sound, like I said, it's going to sound pretty extreme. But are we about to see like a modern day Anne Frank situation here? No, I'm not. I'm not sitting here saying that they're the that they're Nazis or anything crazy like that. But I am asking because there's going to be people out here banging drums, etc., doing everything they can to let people know ICE is on the way. But I'm also wondering how many people are actually hiding right now. Like right now, I'm not saying like you see what I'm saying, like, because this is what instantly crossed my mind. Okay, and hello everybody, good morning everybody. I missed you guys yesterday, I really did, and I'm glad to be back here in the conversation with you guys and all that. But I'm just curious because when I saw the video yesterday about the DoorDasher running into that woman's house, which obviously, in my personal opinion, that it was very messed up on so many different levels. Obviously, you're walking into somebody's home, you don't know what that person stands for, if they're for it or not. She's hiding inside that house as police are ICE are trying to get into the house to detain that DoorDasher, right? Which of course we're going to watch part 1 and 2 together here in a little while during the course of this show. But it automatically made me think, because as I was watching it yesterday, I was actually watching the full. It's like the part 2 is a full 10-minute video. And as I'm sitting there watching, and I'm like, my Lord, imagine if it's like an Anne Frank situation. I know that sounds insane. Okay. Like, I know that sounds insane, but a part of me keeps on thinking, like, how many people are actually trying to find a place to hide right now that don't want to be ripped from their families? How many families are trying to find a place to hide because of this situation? This is a very scary situation. We're about to see other footage where they're literally walking up to people's cars. Dudes are sitting in, like, for example, I don't have this clip, but maybe I'll be able to find it throughout the course of the show. But there's a clip going around where there's a guy. There are guys sitting in the like they're charging their Teslas, right? And ICE agents are walking up to every single one that is either brown or black and asking for their credentials. Are you illegal? Are you a legal immigrant? Do you have your papers with you, etc.? Right? Do you have your passports? Right? It's kind of crazy. And so in my head, I'm like, man, you can't even go and pump gas. You can't even go and charge your Tesla without somebody going in, knocking on your door, on your car door, probably doom scrolling through TikTok, and they're asking for credentials. It's pretty crazy. And then, of course, now they're doing door to door. It's scary. So instantly I'm like, could this be the could we be hearing a story of like this in the near future? Of an Anne Frank type of story, hiding out for a long time. It's just crazy, guys. Just something to think about. Like I said, I'm not trying, because I know there's a lot of people in the show that feel some type of way about this, that are like, yeah, FAFO, and I know some other people are like, hell, this is wrong. This is literally Nazi Germany in America. And as soon as I hear something like that, I automatically think, could there be an Anne Frank situation going on right now as we speak? That there are families hiding out somewhere trying to avoid getting caught? Or could it escalate to that level? That's the thing I'm very concerned about, especially the fact that they're just knocking on people's doors, knocking on car windows, literally going, let me see your papers. You American? You don't look American. You American? Scary. We're going to be looking at that very shortly.
We're going to listen here for a minute. Again, these are protesters that reportedly were looking for News Nation to confirm these details. I'm getting word in my ear, so we're just going to stay with us. We're going to take a quick break as we watch these developments unfold in real time. This is Minneapolis. ICE agents on an operation on the streets with protesters yelling and screaming. ICE agents are in the house right now. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll come right back to Reset, and we'll bring it to you live.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead because obviously we already know about all this, and we already saw the part of the guy getting detained and being brought out, but let me get to that part here. That drum is killing my eardrum. Real talk. Okay. And yeah, Kata, we're gonna be talking about that too. It's insane. The reporting I heard was 6,000 Iranians, but if it's doubled since what I saw the report this morning, then that's knuckin' futz. But we'll talk about that in a little bit as well. There's so much going on, y'all. Okay, let me just make this abundantly clear. As we're looking at this, okay, as we're checking this out, you got Iran protests going on throughout the country as well. Not only just in the country of Iran, but you also have...
No. Bring him back, no. Bring him back.
That's insane. And yeah, that's Nicole B. I'm kind of wondering the same doggone thing. And here's the other thing too. He was black. I know someone just Wicked just asked that. Was he black? Yes, he was black. In fact, I'll show you I'll show you exactly right here. Well, you can't really see his face there. Hold on. I'm going to mute this because that drum, holy cow, that drum is intense. But you can see for yourself. The man is black. There he is. He is black. Right here. Okay. So again, we still don't know why he's being detained. Here's the other thing too. He's married. This is her husband. So I thought there were certain, unless he just didn't get the paperwork done in time, when he got married to his wife. You see what I'm saying? So I'm very curious about what's going on here, because this is he's married, and I'm assuming, I feel like it's safe to assume that she is an American citizen. So if she is married to him and she's an American citizen, wouldn't they be able to take the, you know what I mean? Wouldn't he be able to have some sort of protection behind that? Right? Now, if he did, here's the thing. If he did commit a crime, that would be interesting. But from what she said, from what the wife just said, she said he committed no crime. Hear it again. I want you guys to hear that.
No. Bring him back, no. Bring him back.
you live pictures from Minneapolis right now. We've been watching ICE agents surround a home, go into this home, and we did see a man being taken out, put in custody, taken away in a car. Now we are seeing what appears to be a family member crying and wailing and holding up paperwork saying, no, 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 they took him. That's what I heard while we were in commercial break. Unclear of the circumstances of what is happening here, but you can see on your left, screen left, somebody being taken away from the house in handcuffs by these agents, being placed in a car. To the right, this is live. You are looking at live photos right now, live images of Minneapolis of what appears to be friends or family members crying after somebody that was taken out of the home. Let's reset here, because what we saw with those agents that were going in, officers, ERO, they had ERO on their vests, Enforcement and Removal Operations Officer. They work for ICE. We've got Mills Hayes, who's going to walk us through it. Tell us what's going on, Mills.
Hi there, Laura. Well, we know that this is happening in North Minneapolis, about 10, 15 minutes from where we are.
This is some scary stuff, y'all. I'm just going to say it. I know some people out here like, yeah, ice, ice, baby, America. But here's the thing. It starts here. And then it starts to trickle down. I'm just saying. It's crazy. This is absolutely crazy. But we got to move on to other pieces. So TMZ also has been sharing this as well. And this is also crazy. So apparently, allegedly, well, not apparently, Border Patrol agents are seen violently dragging a guy into custody at a Minneapolis gas station. All right. So let's take a look at this.
We're trying to get status. You got Honduran here. We're trying to get status. That's fine. What's his name? What?
I'm telling you right now, if you are brown or black and ICE is in your city, I'd be terrified. I'm telling you right now, doesn't matter if you are a U.S. citizen or not, you brown or black. You heard? You wouldn't see me getting gas. I'm serious. I'm dead ass. You won't see me. You won't see me doing nothing. Okay. This is crazy. Marjorie, I did see that footage as well. He was in a Target. Yeah, he was in a Target and he was just getting detained. So again, like I said, I mean, they're just pulling up, like they're literally pulling up and just being like, yo, where's your credentials? Are you really such and such? It's like, what? This is scary. This is some serious stuff. You know, I'm telling you right now, those that are celebrating this type of procedure, and the fact that they are literally, they're not every single car that they're pulling over is a calculated arrest or detaining, okay, of somebody. They are doing, you know, they're playing roulette. You see what I'm saying? They're playing wild, like this wild Russian roulette. They're just hoping that whoever they pull over that happens to look, you know, oh, he looks Somali, right? They're hoping that they're pulling over people, and, you know, say 75% of the time they're pulling over somebody who's black or brown. They're hoping that 75% of the time is someone who's illegal. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Break it. Open the door. Open it. Last warning.
Wow. He's brown. He's definitely brown. And of course, they probably ran his plates. You see what I'm saying? They're driving around. They're running plates. They're running plates, y'all. This is woo-wee. This is insane, y'all. Let's continue. You see the guy with the camera? You see the ICE agent with the camera in his hand? You see the ICE agent with the camera in his hand? We now know that ICE is trying to capture as much footage as they can, not only for their own legal safety, but also content that they could put on their social medias, because they're obviously trying to recruit more people to become ICE. Just so you know. There he is, opening the car door right here. We can have a better angle of this arrest. Hamburger.
This is the United States. I no longer.
And if I'm correct, I think this is the one where they were on him, like they had their knee on his neck, and then he passed out. This is the reason why he looks like this. If I'm correct, this is the same one where the guy was like, he passed out.
Everybody step back. Step back. Stay back. Stay back. What did he do to you? Stay back. What did he do to you? Stay back. Do not put your vehicle in here. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. Hey, I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. I didn't do anything. I'm not resisting. Nobody did. I'm not resisting. Cowards are here. Back up. I'm not resisting. You're not doing shit. Leave him alone. Put your arm behind your back. Hey, my girlfriend's right behind you. Give us a phone number. My girlfriend's right behind me.
Love how that camera's out. They're trying to return. You see what I'm saying? You see what's going on? And they're also capturing all these people. All of them. They're putting tabs on all the protesters too. Or they're keeping tabs, I'm sorry, on all the protesters too. Insane.
I'm going to Victory 3. That's what they said. Victory 3. Give him a good pat down once you get him up. Give him a good pat down. Put him in the vehicle. You do what? All right, we're good. Back up, you guys.
Wow.
Stay back. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Don't let me fuck you guys. You guys get up. Back up. Who's back?
That's insane. And it's only going to get more insane as time goes on. But welcome to what we're seeing. This is what we're seeing in real time. And this is happening all over the freaking globe. More and more of these types of things are happening. This is just I don't know. This is just absolutely nuts. Just to be completely real. Now, there is Trump did put up a post earlier that I want to pull up here about Minnesota retribution. So we need to take a look at this. because he's basically saying that the day of reckoning and retribution is coming. What the heck does that all mean? Well, let's find out. This is what he put up on his Truth Social just a few hours ago. He says, do the people of Minnesota really want to live in a community in which there are thousands of already convicted monsters, dealers, and addicts, violent, released, and escaped prisoners, dangerous people from foreign mental institutions and insane asylums, and other deadly criminals too dangerous to even mention. All the patriots of ICE want to do is remove them from your neighborhood and send them back to the prisons and mental institutions where they came. Most in foreign countries who illegally entered the U.S., though I think through sleepy Joe Biden's horrible open border policy. Every place we go, crime comes down. In Chicago, despite a weak and incompetent governor and mayor fighting us all the way, a big improvement was made. Thousands of criminals were removed. Minnesota Democrats loved the unrest that anarchists and professional agitators are causing because it gets the spotlight off of the $19 billion that was stolen by really bad and deranged people. Fear not, great people of Minnesota. The day of reckoning and retribution is coming. So he put this out here. He said what he said. What you think? I think one thing is for sure. He repeats and repeats and repeats the same thing over and over again. And of course, there are choice code words or choice words that he uses every time, and it becomes the thing. Remember, as soon as he says professional agitator, that becomes the excuse for that opposing side, right? Because again, what Trump says, he's like the cool guy in school. So as soon as he says a phrase, obliterated, fake news, common sense, professional agitator, etc., people take those code words and they plant them into their own vernacular. They put it into their own rhetoric, which is frustrating because here's the thing, and I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. I think it's extremely sloppy for the likes of Trump to say, and Kristi Noem, to go to their social medias, to go to a press conference, minutes, it seems like, after this woman, Mrs. Good, loses her life, that they would instantly say, oh, she's a professional agitator. Oh, she was this, that, and the third. The guy was ran over, so on and so forth, when that is actually not entirely true. I think that's very reckless for them to do that. As leaders of this country, as leaders of their specific departments and whatnot, right? Within their legal and their court or their elected positions, I think it's extremely sloppy for them to say those things without actually doing their full due diligence. Then even afterwards, we heard from Kristi Noem. We saw the video. We saw the interview. She stood there 10 toes down saying what she said. She's like, I said what I said already. My opinion is that she is a domestic terrorist. They literally said that out loud. That's the other code word I forgot to use. Not only just a professional agitator, but also a domestic terrorist. I think it's extremely sloppy to say those things without actually looking into the information, doing the proper investigation before putting out a statement for the rest of the world to consume. But here's the thing. As soon as Trump says that, that's what she says as well. And then everybody else who's on the side of FAFO, America, they take that same rhetoric and they run with it. Instead of actually looking at the situation and coming up with their own conclusion independently, they just listen to what is being said by someone who's lying to us consistently. Two people, actually, who are lying to us consistently. Actually, more than just two people, a whole administration that is lying to us consistently. You see what I'm saying? So, I just think it's ridiculous that he's sitting here saying the same stuff over and over again. Not every single person that they are detaining is a dealer or a convicted SO, okay, or a psycho, or somebody who's mentally ill or anything of that sort. Some of these people that they are literally ripping from the arms of their families are just regular people just trying to get by and trying to have their own version of the American dream. So again, I just think it's very crazy that he just, that he continues to put out this kind of rhetoric, these types of words, then also at the same time, blaming. He points blame. That's just the MO that we've been seeing as of late. Like I said, if this was doing, like, if I saw this as doing some sort of good, and he really was taking out all of the bad, all of the criminals, straight up all criminals, cool, I'd be about it. Real talk. But that's not what I'm seeing here. It's not. It's insane. One second, guys. Let's take a look at Cuomo. Let's take a look at this.
We're here to announce a lawsuit we're filing against the United States Department of Homeland Security to end the unlawful, unprecedented surge of the federal law enforcement agents into Minnesota, because this has to stop.
Minnesota AG Keith Ellison announcing a suit against the administration over the surge of federal agents and what they are doing on the ground in Minnesota. Now, as of yesterday, there were reportedly 2,400 federal agents in Minnesota. Now we're told that hundreds more are on the way. Why? I don't understand it. And I want to know how things get better, and if there's any openness to anything that's being done now being done differently. So joining me now is DHS Assistant Secretary Trish McLaughlin. It's good to have you. Thank you for joining me.
Hey, Chris, thank you for having me.
So Trish, my fear is obvious, that it's too hot. You don't have the local cops to protect the perimeter and be the interface so that the feds can operate. Why put more boots on the ground unless you just want to ask for more trouble?
No, I'm so glad you asked this question, and I think it's such an important question for Americans to get the answer to. So what's happening with Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota is it is a sanctuary city. So DHS law enforcement, we're not allowed to engage with their local law enforcement. We're not allowed in their jails, and local law enforcement are not allowed to respond to backup to our officers. So what we've been seeing is a highly coordinated campaign of violence against our law enforcement officers. Just last week alone, there were 10 vehicle rammings. That's a deadly weapon used against our law enforcement. We've seen 1,000% increase in assaults against them. So, Chris, why it's really important that we surge law enforcement is so that our law enforcement officers are still able to conduct their operations. They're still able to go after these criminal illegal aliens and get them off of the streets. But in order to do so, they need to be able to conduct their operations in a safe way, safe for the law enforcement officers themselves, safe for the public, and safe for the protesters as well. So what we've been doing is bringing these law enforcement officers to protect these law enforcement as they're conducting their operations. That's the reason for the surge. But Chris, if I may, I want to back up and say, why are we in Minneapolis to begin with? It's because we've seen through our Homeland Security investigations rampant fraud. We've seen rampant criminal illegal alien activity. We've arrested more than 2,000 criminal illegal aliens in the last just 5 weeks alone in Minneapolis. When Secretary Noem was there just last week, we arrested a murderer from Ecuador, multiple child pedophiles, a kidnapper, someone who was a perpetuator of domestic violence. These are the people we're going after, Chris.
Well, listen.
It doesn't seem like that. Let's be real. I'm not getting that vibe right now. You got people you got ICE agents going up to random cars and just asking them, hey, where's your papers? Are you legal? So on and so forth. I think that's bad. That's reckless. They're not going in there like a surgeon with that scalpel and being very precise about who they're trying to get. Right now, they're going door to door. How is that precise? Now they're just doing blunt force. They're not being exact and calculated and going after very specific criminals. No, they're knocking on people's doors and they're knocking on people's, pulling up to people's cars and stuff and saying, let me see your paperwork. Are you American? Are you legal? No. Yeah, Nicole B, it's sloppy. So when you have, I feel like they all look alike. I'm sorry, but all the ladies that all in MAGA, the MAGA officials, that are working with, I don't know why. It's like a blonde version of Christy. No, it just feels like they all look the same. Dag nabbit. It's like a MAGA look. It's weird. It's weird, y'all. It's weird. But nonetheless, she's like, oh, we're trying to be precise and do this, that, and the third. Are we sure about that, baby? Are we sure? Are we sure we're doing that? Nah, man. Nah. I don't see it. Okay? I don't see it. I don't see that happening. All right? But again, they are coached. They have these hold on. They got these talking points that they're coached on. They get these things very, very precise. And then they just keep on saying the same stuff over and over again. None of this has changed, y'all. It hasn't changed. Okay? It hasn't changed. And some of us need to wake the F up. Real talk. Some of us need to wake the F up. And don't get me wrong. Let me just say this too. If Trump does something good that benefits our country, I will give him all kinds of props. I will. Okay? I'm somebody who hops on, I try to stay center as best as I can, but when it's a ball, it's a ball. If it's a strike, it's a strike. If it's a home run, then it's a home run. But at the same time, you can't deny that there's been a literal timeline of lies being told to the American people over and over and over again. So why should I look over at this situation and believe what's being said right now by the likes of this mouthpiece here? I'm just saying, why should I believe her if I don't believe what we're hearing from the likes of Pam Bondi or Kash Patel or shoot, even Trump himself? I believe it when the things that's done, it's like, oh, we're going to attack Venezuela, but instead he's blasting, he's blowing to smithereens these boats that are leaving the country, leaving Venezuela. You instantly are like, what the F that is all about, right? But then he does attack Venezuela, and it's like, okay, what he said, he meant it. All right, cool, bet. It wasn't just to take down Maduro. It was for the oil too. But when is that going to benefit? And I'd love to see when that's going to benefit the country, right? But every other time that we've heard, a lot of times that we've heard from him, we have not heard anything to be true. The administration has done nothing but lie. How about this? You guys are out there thinking that something bad, something tyrannical, something diabolical happened to Charlie Kirk. Well, why have you switched lanes suddenly? You think that they're not telling us the truth about Charlie Kirk and what happened to him? You think they're really telling us the truth about what's going on out here in these streets right now in Minneapolis and other places as well? I'm just saying, you can't just pick and choose. It's got to be a full-on blanketed reaction to the situation. You can't just pick and choose because it fits your narrative or fits whatever is in your mind. Ooh, ICE, they're doing the thing. Now Americans are going to get their jobs back. Let me just tell you something. 95% of those jobs y'all don't even want in the first doggone place. Sorry, not sorry. Those people that are out here that are the criminals and whatnot, okay, take them out. Take them down. Not take them out, but take them down. Bring them to justice. Please and thank you. Those that are out there that are just trying to make $1 out of 15 cents, which is all of us, by the way. Come on now. You really want to scrub toilets? Okay, cool. Then go get the job. So again, it's just, you can't just sit here and go, well, that's jacked up. They're lying to us about what's going on with that. The Epstein files, they're lying to us about that. But then when it comes to this, you just suddenly are like, oh, FAFO. It just seems a little hypocritical, don't you think? Oh, and yeah, Ashley Babbitt. She's a patriot. She's a hero in some corners of this country, in some political realms. But Renee Good is a monster and a domestic terror. She's a terrorist. Okay. I'm just saying everybody moves the goalposts as best as they can to fit their narrative or fit their political view. What's wrong is wrong and what's right is right. That is it. And one thing is for sure, the administration has been doing nothing but lie to us. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. I don't know why that song just popped in my head, but it did. Okay? That's a throwback. But again, come on now. So, let me let her cook just a little bit. We're going to continue on.
Nobody's going to argue with you for going after people like that. A small argument on that point is to show the data, Trish. I've said the same thing to Tom Homan and everybody else. You got to put data out. I understand his concern that people are going to cherry pick it. They're going to cherry pick it even more in a vacuum. So I would put out the data if these are the kinds of people you're catching, because I haven't seen it. Second, why don't you do what Minnesota and Illinois just did, Trish? But hold on, just tap it on. Say what you want, obviously, but answer this also. Why don't you sue the sanctuary cities the way Illinois and Minnesota are suing the administration? Why don't you sue them and figure out who gets to do what and how, instead of doing it this way, which seems to add to the chaos?
Well, Chris, we're following the laws on the books, and DHS, ICE, and CBP are law enforcement agencies, and we have the authority to be making these arrests and be making these removals. But when you're talking about the data, I'd love to point that out for you. 70%, and we have put out this data, I might mention, 70% of those aliens who have been arrested under the Trump administration have either pending criminal charges or prior convictions. And Chris, that doesn't even include those individuals who are wanted in their country of origin or a third country for a crime. That doesn't even include human rights abusers, gang members, known or suspected terrorists, someone who has an Interpol notice against them. That's not even included in that 70% statistic.
Listen, I hear you. I'm just saying the numbers that I see, it's much closer to like about 35% of them are what the president used to call bad hombres. And 70% are people who are either there with them or have cases for removal, which, yes, is a crime, but it's a misdemeanor. And that's not the messaging from the president about who he was going after.
When we say we're going after the worst, Chris, that's not a talking point. That is the facts on the ground. That is official ICE data, that 70% statistic. I'm sure people have been twisting and cherry picking a lot of the data, as you've mentioned before. But we haven't even addressed this other huge piece of this, is that nobody actually needs to be arrested at all. The U.S. taxpayer has very generously offered those in this country illegally a free flight home, a $1,000 exit bonus, and that preserves these individuals the potential opportunity to return to the United States the right legal way. But if you don't do that, if you don't self-deport, then arrest and deportation is very much on the table.
I understand it. I understand the argument. In terms of what you're seeing again and again across the country, is there any appetite at the agency to do things differently? We saw cases of you grabbing U.S. citizens again, you know, if we saw police officers grabbing people who are U.S. citizens and treating them the way that we've seen them treated by ICE, we would go crazy about it. So it shouldn't be a surprise that when you're grabbing citizens and then you wind up dumping the guy in a parking lot 8 blocks away when he proves to you that he's a citizen. I mean, this is something you guys should get in front of and change, no?
Chris, the images that your viewers are looking at that target was 2 U.S. citizens who assaulted our law enforcement officers. So, yes, we will arrest U.S. citizens if they were...
I don't see the assault. I see them yelling at the guy.
Okay, I'm happy to show you that on video. I'll send it to your producers.
Yeah, send it all. See, this is the problem. You realize this is the same type of ish that we hear all the time. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, we gonna get it to you." Remember when remember the time when they said that the Epstein files, the list didn't exist? Remember that ish? And then they said, "Oh yeah, what had happened was with the footage with the camera. Oh yeah, at midnight it shuts off because these cameras be old from like the late 1990s, and it hits a reset at midnight every night. But we'll get the rest of that footage to you guys. Trust and believe, we'll get it to you." Did we ever get that footage, baby? Did we ever get that footage? No. Think about it for a second. Did we ever get that footage? Oh, no, we did not. Just so you know, I can't hear you. No, we did not. Okay? So as much as they say, we'll get that footage to you as soon as we can, they don't do that. Remember what happened to Renee? Good. What happened? We had a press conference, right? And she says, Kristi Noem, okay, stone-faced Kristi Noem says, oh, yeah, what happened here was absolute domestic terrorism, so on and so forth. Somebody in the back, somebody in the peanut gallery within the reporter says, excuse me, Ms. Secretary, are we going to get a chance to see any of that footage? Are we going to be able to see any of that body cam footage? And she said, well, you're going to have to ask FBI, but I'm sure FBI will have no problem releasing any of that stuff. But guess what? Here's 2 different things. I want to put these bees in your mother-loving bonnet for 2 seconds, okay? I want you to take this in, put this in your pipe, and take a big inhale, okay? Smoke on it. Here's the thing. These agents don't wear body cam footage or don't wear body cams. This is one thing that we just heard just a couple days ago. They don't wear body cams. That's why they're always coming out with their cell phones. Yeah. So no body cams. Why? ¿Por qué? Right? The other part is FBI blocked the department, okay, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension in Minnesota from actually getting any footage from the ICE agents. They blocked that too. So when you got someone like this, the mouthpiece for Kristi Noem out here saying, well, we have no problem sending you that footage. They're not going to send it, baby. They're not going to. Like I said, it's talking points after talking points. It's a lot of fake, false promises with no backing up of those false promises. Sorry, guys, but these are just the facts.
As soon as we can, because that is on video. So, again, if you
Trish,
assault law enforcement
is it
officers,
something that happened after? Hold on. There's 2 different ways. Look, you don't have to convince me.
Like what? So you see a guy with these traffic vests and he happens to be brown, you automatically assume that he's an illegal? I'm just saying that's it's crazy.
Not to touch law enforcement. I understand it, and it exists for a good reason. All right, if they may be wrong, but that is not the time to have the fight when you're being detained. I understand that, but there's a difference between going after a guy as if he was here illegally and he's telling you that he isn't, and you get into an altercation. You know what I'm saying? Versus just going and not liking that ICE is there and being abusive. Very different.
Chris, very different, but we're using our Title VIII authorities and we are using reasonable suspicion protected from the 4th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. If there are arrests of U.S. citizens, it's because they are impeding or obstructing our law enforcement or laying their hands on them. We've obviously saw that time and time again over the weekend, a number of these riots and protests. We've seen this highly coordinated campaign. I mentioned those vehicle rammings before. Those vehicle rammings where these individuals are weaponizing a vehicle, ramming them into our law enforcement officers or their vehicles is up 3,200%. It is getting out of control. The fact that our law enforcement officers who are simply enforcing the rule of law on the books of Congress are facing an 8,000% increase in death threats against them. Their children, where they go to school, where their spouses, where they work, is being doxxed. That should not be a partisan issue. That law enforcement should be off the table when it comes to death threats and when it comes to assault. I think every American should be able to come together on that very issue.
Now, I will say this, okay? I agree that we should not be ramming these cars. We should not be, the ones that are the people that are protesting. I mean, when I say we, I'm saying us as civilians out here. We should not be going out here and ramming cars. We should not be putting our hands on these particular officers. Period, point blank. We shouldn't be. I'm going to say that. We shouldn't be. We shouldn't be going up and taking rocks and smashing these windows. It doesn't make the situation any better. It just only gives them more incentive and more of a reason to detain or arrest you right there on the spot. This is the reason why I urge every single last one of y'all. First off, know your rights. Second off, please keep your freaking hands to yourselves. That's it. Keep your doggone hands to yourselves. Because at the end of the day, you want to be able to go back home, come back, and fight another day. You're better out there in the streets protesting peacefully, protesting lawfully, than to be putting your hands on officers and cops, etc., that will get you arrested. And then what? Your voice is gone. Your voice is ripped out of that situation. And the more and more people start doing that, the less and less volume is being made in these streets in protest of what's going on. So that's why I always say, please do not go to any of these types of events or these types of protests and put your hands on people, because it's going to end very badly for you. And that's the truth. Okay? That's the absolute truth. This is the reason why when you saw the guy at the gas station getting detained, there was another guy that got detained as well. And he was just a protester. What was he doing? We don't know. But he must have put his hands on somebody when he shouldn't have. Doesn't matter if you don't like what you're seeing. But at the end of the day, like I said, you're better out there fighting every day peacefully and lawfully than you are being locked up and catching charges. Let me just play a little bit more of this.
You get no fight from me on that. Although I would raise the question, who's putting them in this position? The administration is. And by the way, they're not even trained. That citizen is, if he had assaulted them, why'd they drop him off 8 blocks later? You see what I'm saying? There's something wrong about what happened there. They picked the wrong guy and then they dumped him on the street.
Chris, why are we not working with the locals? Because they won't work with us. We would love for Mayor Fry and Governor Walz to agree to work with us. Absolutely. You'll have to talk to the Justice Department about that. But I will say the fact of the matter is, on the ground, Governor Walz has released 470 criminal illegal aliens out of his jails and onto Minneapolis' streets. That includes murderers, Chris. That includes rapists, strong-arm rapists. That includes child pedophiles.
That's bad on him if he did that.
Those people were in Minneapolis' custody, and yet they were released back onto the streets. That's why we're there. That's why we have to be there, because these leaders turn a blind eye and allow criminal illegal aliens to walk around with impunity and create more American victims. So we will not apologize for being on the ground and enforcing the rule of law.
What you think on that, guys? Do you agree? Do you disagree? What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that they're doing the Lord's work or no? Just asking questions, guys. Just asking cuestiones. Let me know. Let me know. Hold on one second, y'all. Come on, where you at? One second, y'all. Please and thank you. What the hell? Take a look at this.
Let's bring in Minnesota State Representative Aisha Gomez. Representative, thanks for joining us. You were out in the community this morning. I understand you just had an interaction with federal law enforcement. What happened?
I did. Anna, thank you so much for having me. So we had planned yesterday to have this conversation, and I'm not in a studio or even in my house. I'm in my minivan in my district. And the reason for that is because a number of us have been just out in the community in the mornings, you know, as our kids are going to school and just people are going about their daily lives. And so, like I have been, you know, since Renee's murder, I was out just with my neighbors on the corners and, you know, ICE pulled somebody over. There was kind of an incident there just a block away from the school. I mean, I'm literally half a block from Renee's memorial. And a situation, I don't know how it started, but suddenly there are, you know, 30, 40 ICE agents. There are dozens of community members. A masked federal agent, right? A secret police. I have no idea who he was, shoved me. He didn't issue any verbal commands before he did so. Like, I think every person who's here was hit by mace, or if not worse, they were throwing canisters, which I think are tear gas. If my face is a little red and I'm sniffly, it's because I was going about my morning and I encountered masked secret police on the streets of a major American city, and they indiscriminately used a chemical munition on me. And Anna, I just, you know, I don't want to exaggerate, but I think it's so important that people understand what is happening. Minneapolis is a testing ground right now. We have thousands of shock troops. They are masked, they're unaccountable. We have no idea who they are. They're incredibly poorly trained, and they murdered one of my residents not a week ago. And now here we are 1 block from her memorial, a community that is grieving, and they are indiscriminately using tear gas, which is banned by the Geneva Convention against civilians who are unarmed. Like Renee's wife said, we have whistles, they have guns. And I'm very worried for our country. I hope that people understand that Minneapolis is not, we're not special in some way. We're just being targeted. And this could come for any major American city. And people have to ask themselves, what is this democracy if we have a federal government that acts with impunity, with no regard for the rule of law, and brutalizes and murders its own citizens with no trial, no accusations, no right, which we're guaranteed under the Constitution, to answer our accusers? What kind of a country are we allowing ourselves to descend into as this authoritarian regime is on the march?
It sounds like that interaction was traumatic, and I hear that emotion and the deep concern in your voice this morning. We're starting to see more and more incidents of immigration officials in your state having these types of interactions with the public, and also, you know, grabbing people in public places like bus stops, places of work, people just off the street. The state, we know, is suing the Trump administration in an effort to get those federal immigration agents to leave. Here's some of what Minnesota AG Keith Ellison explained as far as the legal argument.
These poorly trained, aggressive, and armed agents of the federal state have terrorized Minnesota with widespread unlawful conduct. The deployment of thousands of armed, mass DHS agents to Minnesota has done our state serious harm. This is, in essence, a federal invasion of the Twin Cities and Minnesota, and it must stop.
Representative, tell us more about how these immigration enforcement actions are harming your state.
Honestly, Anna, I think to talk about it as federal immigration enforcement is to misunderstand and misrepresent the nature of what's happening on the streets here. This is not about immigration. This is not about public safety, certainly. You know, they'll get up and talk about how, oh, we're, you know, arresting the worst of the worst. Well, they're literally, they came and after they murdered Renee Good, their next action, Greg Bovino's next action was to go to a high school and pepper spray our kids at dismissal time and our parents and our educators.
That's insane. I heard something about, see y'all, I heard something about that. I heard something about them like going after high school students, or they were like on school grounds and they were like wrestling with high school students or whatnot. Is that entirely true? I heard about it, but I didn't see any footage of that. Is that true?
Our schools were closed for 2 days last week because of that, because we can't guarantee the safety of our children in their schools amidst this federal invasion, as our attorney general talked about it. This is not about immigration. This is about deciding that we're going to scapegoat and outgroup, in this case, Black and brown immigrant communities, particularly in Minnesota, the Somali community, and making them other and testing how far can we push it. Will people rise up if we murder someone in the streets? Will people tolerate that? Will people tolerate, as you said, coming to schools, to bus stops, to places of business, to hospitals? They're coming to hospitals. I mean, this is about a testing ground for an authoritarian regime that is very clear in what they want to do. They want to take our country over. They want to deny us the civil rights that are guaranteed to us in the Constitution, guaranteed to every person in this country, regardless of their immigration status.
Minnesota State Representative.
I really hope. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just appreciate the opportunity to talk to people. Thank you.
And we,
again, that this is some wild stuff. But yeah, I mean, obviously, you're hearing from people saying what they've what they're experiencing, what they're seeing for themselves. Of course, you have lawmakers that are trying to do everything they can to block certain things, to block this type of treatment to these protesters, etc. And again, that's some very interesting stuff. But something just caught my eye, and thank you so much for sending this to me. This is absolutely insane, and if it's true, it basically confirms. I'm sorry. A lot of the theories that have been going on out here as of late. Meaning that, there is there's more that meets the eye with these ICE agents, and if this is true, holy crap. Now let me just pull this up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for sending this to me. So exclusive: congressional Democrats launch probe into whether J6 Capitol rioters are now working for ICE. What? Now, if this is true, holy mother loving God, okay? Holy cow, if this is true. Now, let me explain something here. There's been a lot of theories that have been percolating out here in these streets. Theories on whether or not, Proud Boys and whatnot have been involved, or they're the ones that are actually the ICE agents and all that. Now you got congressional Democrats actually trying to dive in to find out whether or not these particular people are actually formerly incarcerated individuals for what they did on J6. Think about, let it rest for a second. It's been rumor for a while. It's been rumor mostly about them being Proud Boys. Now we're hearing that it could very well be J6 individuals that were pardoned by Trump. That would make sense, though. If you really think about it, holy cow. That would make total sense. Let me explain why this would make complete sense. Here's the thing. They go out there and of course they're willing to do whatever it takes for their country, right? Let's start there. Let's follow the bouncing ball. They're willing to do whatever it takes for their country, right? Trump says, you guys are all patriots, right? So then when he gets back into office, he pardons them all. Some of them were looking at were serving time for very violent acts during that whole situation, right? Now, he pardons them. And it's like, hey, I did something for you. Now you're going to do something for me. Because you also got to remember, these individuals that were a part of the J6 situation, let's just wrap for a second. You really think that they're going to have a job? Do you really think that they're going to have a job after they go and after they go and try to apply to a job? Now, of course, they've been pardoned, but at the same time, they were in jail, prison for a while for crimes that were committed on U.S. soil in the nation's capital, right? So you really think they're going to be able to get a job right now? You really think they're going to be able to get a job? We're even working at a McDonald's. You really think they're going to be able to get a job? No, they're not. So Trump possibly, if this is true, if their theories and what they're looking into is true, he gave them a job. All those people that were part of any of these crazy chat forums and whatnot, the QAnon crap and et cetera, you really think that they're not going to pick up on that opportunity to work for the president, work for the country? Maybe that's the reason why these people's faces are being covered up. Maybe that's the reason why. Maybe they're covering up their faces because they do not want to be exposed for being part of the J6 situation. Or, oh, he used to be a Proud Boy. You see what I'm saying? There's a video I need to find because there is something where I think CNN covered it. They talked about they were talking about how the breakdown of the requirements of becoming an ICE agent now. And some of them were like, we're looking for people who are military enthusiasts or people who have experience with law enforcement backgrounds, people who listen to this type of podcast, etc. Like literally they were looking for those kinds of people. And remember what I said before, a lot of these dudes, seems like a lot of them were cosplaying law enforcement, cosplaying armed forces, right? The ones that go to a CrossFit box and do a couple burpees and a couple thrusters, and all of a sudden they feel like they're badasses, right? They'll have the antenna that is a bullet instead of an actual antenna, and they'll have like back the blue stuff all over their gear, all over their car, etc. Yeah, LARPers. Yeah. So again, if you really think about it, doesn't seem very far-fetched now, does it? It doesn't. So let's take a look at this. This is very interesting. House Democrats ask Trump administration if any J6ers are now working for ICE. Nearly 1 year after the mass pardon of more than 1,500 Trump-supporting Capitol riot defenders, members of the House committee are investigating whether any of the pardoned rioters are now working for Trump's administration in the fast-growing ICE agency. Now, in a 3-page letter sent on Monday to Homeland Security Kristi Noem and to Pam Bondi, oh, this is already a recipe for disaster. Now obtained by CBS. Oh, it's CBS too. The ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee has requested all records, documents, memos, and internal communications regarding the solicitation and hiring of anyone charged or investigated for actions in connection to the J6 attack on the Capitol. So the committee's Democrats also said it remains unclear how many J6 defendants have been invited to join the ranks of this administration, including among the mass Department of Homeland Security agents and officers. It's also not clear if ICE has hired any J6 defendants, but the agency is engaging in a rapid hiring spree funded by a $75 billion funding boost passed by Congress last year that could allow ICE to add thousands of agents. And the Democrats' letter noted that other pardoned riot defendants or members of the crowd on Capitol grounds on J6 have already joined the administration. Let me say that again. And the Democrats' letter noted that other pardoned defendants or members of the crowd on Capitol grounds on J6 have already joined the administration, guys. That is insane. Okay? That is insane. So, Representative Jamie Raskin, a Maryland Democrat, and the Judiciary Panel ranking member said it is possible riot defendants would go unrecognized while serving as ICE agents. Unique among all law enforcement agencies and all branches of the armed services, ICE agents, conceal their identities, wearing masks and removing names from their uniforms, wrote Raskin, who previously served on the House's J6 Select Committee. Raskin's inquiry said, who is hiding behind these masks? How many of them were among the violent rioters who attacked the Capitol on J6 and were convicted of their offenses? Spokespeople for the Justice Department and Department of Homeland Security did not immediately respond to requests for comment from CBS News. I figured that, CBS and the administration are like one and the same. You know what I mean? They buddies. They're like peas and carrots, right? But nope. So again, Mr. Trump's pardons of more than 1,500 J6ers have triggered an outcry among victims of the Capitol insurrection and Democrat members of Congress who argue Trump has incentivized violence in his name by giving clemency to supporters who committed violence. Trump has defended the pardons, claiming many of the defendants were absolutely innocent, quote unquote, were guilty of minor infractions or were given unfairly harsh sentences. This is interesting, don't you think? Now, in testimony at the congressional hearing last week, Senator Adam Schiff, a California Democrat who also served on the House's J6 committee, said the mass clemency has emboldened the rioters. He says the greatest threat to democracy comes from those in positions of power who are willing to subvert the rule of law. That is exactly what this administration is trying to engineer. And here's the thing. If this is actually true, if this piece of information is actually true, and these J6ers are actually the ones in disguise right there with their identity being covered, etc., this is absolutely insane. But it would make absolute sense. This is where we start to screw on the tinfoil hat real quick, but it would make sense. It's like, hey, I'm going to utilize these guys. I'm going to get them out, and then you're going to owe me something. I do something for you, you do something for me. So come over here. But here's the other thing too, which is also interesting. These particular people, they can't get a job. So it's like, hey, I appreciate you guys. You're loyal. Come get yourself a job. and I'll pay out all your debts. And you'll get a signing bonus, $50,000 for just signing up. And if you pass all get through all the red tape, there'll be a $50,000 check, tax-free, waiting for you at the end of this situation, at the end of this training session. But you need to go through all the hoops first, get through all the red tape, and then you got this. And here's the fun part. You can literally go back home and no one will even know you are an ICE agent. How about that? But you're going to be able to do something for this country. You're going to be able to do something for Trump and protect and support your president. It's a noble, noble ask, right? Like Dan Bongino, right? Dan Bongino, he just literally stepped down from being the deputy director of the FBI. He literally stepped down just a few days ago, and he just did one of his very first live shows. He's back on his podcast and all that. And one of the things that he did say, he's like, hey, when Trump calls and asks you to serve your country, you take that offer. You don't think twice, you just do it because it's an honor to serve your country, right? So you don't think all these LARPing wannabe J6ers that literally think in their minds they're ultimate badasses because they happen to own a pew-pew and, are MAGA till they die. You really think that they're not going to take up that offer? Especially when 90% of them are having a hard time trying to find a gig right now because of what they did and because of the connections and the bad things that they did on J6? Think about it. It's a perfect situation for him. It's a huge situation for him because he can manipulate and he can control those people. And that's exactly what he wants. I'm going to pull this up here real quick. Let's take. Oops.
Beginning with two different controversies kind of merging into one. Two different hot button issues merging into one investigation, too. The first is the ongoing concern, criticism, and acrimony over how federal immigration and customs enforcement agents are doing their jobs in U.S. communities, how they're conducting themselves, conducting their stops, conducting their raids, and going face to face with people in communities big and small. That's one. The second one, nearly a year to the day, the January 6th pardons. How do they come together? In this new 3-page inquiry sent by the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee to the Homeland Security Secretary and the U.S. Department of Justice, asking for lists of names of all, if any, January 6 rioters, pardoned rioters, who now work for Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. This inquiry cites the fact that at least one pardoned January 6 rioter now works for the Department of Justice. They're asking how many work for ICE and how many may be operating without being recognized because they are masked. It says here in the inquiry from Congressman Raskin to the Department of Homeland Security and Department of Justice, quote, unique among all law enforcement agencies and all branches of the armed services, ICE agents conceal their identities, wearing masks, removing names from their uniforms. And some of the victims of the January 6th attack have said they're fearful that clemency could embolden people to act more violently than they otherwise would.
I think that's the one main question and the one main concern out here for sure. And we are all already seeing some serious excessive force being used by these particular ICE agents. I'm not sitting here saying all of it is unwarranted. I mean, if you got people running up and putting their paws on an agent, I'm not surprised if that agent retaliates. I'm not saying that they should be pulling the trigger and taking them out, pew, 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 right? That's wrong. But I'm not surprised if they use force to arrest, detain that particular person. Like I said, keep your hands to your doggone selves. Protest peacefully. But again, if you have at least, he says, at least one that they know of is a J6, a pardoned J6er. That's a massive deal, and that is a massive problem, because if they have one, they have more, for sure.
To take actions they otherwise wouldn't take. Some of that could be germane for anybody working in federal law enforcement. This inquiry seeks copies of all the names, positions, and job functions and working units of anybody who was pardoned by Donald Trump, now working for Homeland Security. It also seeks, quote, all records, documents, memos, and internal communication regarding the solicitation and hiring of anyone charged or investigated for actions in connection to the January 6th attack.
Now, here's the thing. If they're asking for all that paperwork, I doubt they're going to get it. I doubt they're going to get it, y'all. I'm sorry for saying that, but I really doubt that they're going to get it. DHS, Kristi Noem, she's going to try to find a way to block that information from people. The administration is going to do everything they can to block that information from people. But I'm telling you right now, if that is true, this would be very bad. It's a very bad look for the Trump administration. It's a very bad look for DHS. It's very dangerous too, guys. You got to remember, I mean, again, he says, those were very good people. Very, very good people. They were good people. They're all patriots. But here's the thing. The other side of the country doesn't think that. The other side of the country is very concerned about what they saw on J6. And if they still have that same type of energy, imagine having that same type of energy, click it and drag it over onto what's going on in Minneapolis, LA, wherever else ICE is at right now. It's a recipe for disaster. Now, I don't know anything about Jonathan Ross, the guy who actually pulled the trigger on Renee Good. I don't know if he was a Proud Boy. I don't know if he's, was a J6er, pardoned individual. What we do know is that he was with ICE for a long time. Okay. He was with ICE for a long time before he had this moment. Okay. But nonetheless, if any of these guys are J6ers, it's going to be a recipe for disaster. Let's continue on. And shout out to my mods. Shout out to my amazing mods. Thank you guys for always holding it down. Continue being incredible. So, there was this other video. You guys were telling me about this. Someone said it in a super chat. So I'm going to pull that up, that super chat here real quick so we can, yes. Here, General Genobi, thank you so much for the super chat. This doesn't mean the show's over. I'm just getting the super chat here really quick because this was something that I was going to pull up. So, and it's in the super chat. So again, thank you so much, General. I appreciate it. Find the video of the woman being taken into an outdoor porta potty. Yes, I have it right here. We're going to take a look at this too. And this is what they're saying. This video from Minnesota shows an ICE agent drag a female detainee into a porta potty. He's not helping her to the bathroom. He's taking her somewhere private where there's no cameras. Ask yourselves why. Now, I don't know. I've never seen this video. I have not seen this video. So I don't know what happened here. Okay. But let's take a look at it.
Uy, agarraron a alguien. Ay.
¿Qué? ¿Por qué?
Agarraron a alguien, llevan a alguien.
Now, it is weird that the dude is going into that porta potty with her, but at the same time, I mean, it could be a massive amount of different things. I mean, people are saying that he's going in there to do, to do something terrible to her. It could also mean that he's just going in there to make sure she doesn't find a weapon in there. You see what I'm saying? Like letting her just go into a porta potty, you just never know what you're going to find in a porta potty. Let's keep it real. So what if she was going in there and he's like, I need to make sure that whatever's, make sure that you can't walk out of this porta potty with a weapon in your hand. You see what I'm saying? So maybe he was just in there because that's the thing. We're only seeing, what is this? Less than 30 seconds. We don't see him come out. We just only see him walk in. So I'd love to see the full video. Real talk, I'd love to see the full video. But again, you never know. He might be doing that to look into the bathroom and be like, okay, there's nothing in here that you can take. Or something bad's going on. I don't know, right? I don't know. But that is weird. That is weird. And if it is taken out of context, I mean, I can see that being taken out of context as well. But then I can also see it being what you see is what you see. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know. It's just still very sad. 1 second, y'all. Okay, let's take a look at this.
Minnesota now suing the Trump administration to stop the surge as DHS is vowing to send in even more immigration officers. President Trump posting just this morning, doubling down on the notion that the administration is just trying to remove dangerous criminals. NewsNation's Allie Bradley is live for us on the ground there in Minneapolis. So, Allie, how does the climate there today compare with what we've seen recently?
Yeah, hey, Nicole, we're out here in front of the federal building once again, where we have seen clashes with federal law enforcement for several days. I want to step out of the way, though. You can see a much smaller group out here today protesting, of course, the deployment of these federal agents and officers. You can see some of these unmarked vehicles that come in that have ICE or Border Patrol inside of them. And that's when the shouting kind of begins. That's when the escalatory actions really start taking place. But we're not seeing anything like flashbangs or pepper balls out here this morning. But this all comes, as you mentioned, Nicole, that the Trump administration is canceling temporary protective status for hundreds of Somali nationals. Of course, that's the demographic at the center of the initial controversy here in Minnesota and why they were here in the first place. Secretary Noem saying temporary means temporary, adding that conditions in Somalia have improved. So there are nearly 2,500 Somali nationals currently in the U.S. under TPS, with nearly 1,400 in the country pending TPS applications. That's according to USCIS. Now, these protests have continued across the area. We want to show you this clash just moments ago near the shooting scene, just about a block away from the shooting scene. Our cameras capturing the moments that several officers showed up in a convoy. We aren't sure if they were on target or if they were just in that area, but there were at least 30 officers on scene. Cars were blocked. They deployed flashbangs and pepper balls. They ended up arresting a woman. That's that video that you can see right there. And about 2 blocks away from the shooting scene, these incidents are having a big impact on businesses too. Several have even closed because of the activity. We talked with one owner of a grocery store near that shooting scene, and he says he has dealt with a massive decrease in clientele and customers. Take a listen.
Nobody come inside the building. So I lost a lot of customers. Other restaurants closed this area. The whole of them, the business closed. A lot of customers. A lot of customers.
Yeah, it's really interesting because he wanted to remain anonymous, and so did every other person we tried to talk to because they were scared for their safety. And while many are calling for an end to the federal deployment, there's that lawsuit that Nicole mentioned that was filed by Minnesota. DHS, though, says that they're going after the worst of the worst. Yesterday, under Operation Metro Surge, we exclusively obtained these details from federal law enforcement who arrested these 5 individuals who DHS says they considered the worst of the worst. I think we have some mugshots here to show you their criminal history. These guys that you're looking at here on the screen includes rape, armed robbery, and also drug trafficking. So again, they're going after who they consider the worst of the worst.
Again, like I said, if they are going after just these kinds of guys, get them. Please take them. Take them out of this country. Take them. Do whatever you need to do. Do your due diligence, do due process, etc. Take them out of this country. Let's go. But everybody?
Administration says more than 2,000 arrests have been made since Operation Metro Surge began on November 29th. That's when they first had that initial wave, Nicole. But we're talking about more agents and officers coming here. There's been some confusion about the numbers. There were already 2,000 federal agents and officers that surged here last week. Now we're looking at an additional 1,000, with hundreds already deploying to the area. About 800 are on standby to be deployed to the area. So this comes as that federal lawsuit on the state level calling for the end to that federal deployment. But here we go. We're going to see even more people come here, Nicole.
So, Allie, zeroing in on that, I mean, the governor there, Governor Walz, has been very vocal about the deployment. How is DHS responding?
Yeah, DHS is pointing the finger directly at Governor Walz in the state of Minnesota, calling on their jurisdictional policies when it comes to sanctuaries that are the problem, saying that they've actually said that 470 criminal illegal immigrants have been released to the streets of Minnesota. DHS is actually calling on Governor Walz to work with them, to collaborate with ICE and federal law enforcement. They want them to honor the detainers of roughly 1,360 individuals that are in custody. It is a sanctuary jurisdiction. That means sanctuary jurisdictions don't work with federal law enforcement. But another interesting nugget here, Nicole, is I just talked with Commander at Large Gregory Bovino, and he said he's getting even more death threats, has even more people saying that they want to essentially, quote, take him out. So he tells me he is on even higher alert than normal, but this isn't going to deter them. They're going to continue to do these operations. Nicole.
Yeah, the operations are going to continue. And also, we do have this update, which is also something that's very interesting that happened first thing this morning. And of course, we need to rap about this too. And of course, we have all these questions, right? We got a lot of them. There's a lot going on, a lot of protests, a lot of press conferences, etc. But here's something that I think is interesting too. Somalians. Okay, all Somalis are in some. This is all bad news. They have literally till mid-March to leave the country. So this TPS, this temporary protective service or status that these particular Somali immigrants have, Trump is now ending that, guys. Trump is now sitting here saying, pack up your ish and kick rocks. This is what he's saying right now. This is what he put out this morning. So the Trump administration is ending temporary protective status for Somali immigrants. White House Press Secretary Caroline, Levitt confirmed in a post on Tuesday today. So U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services confirmed on X that Somali nationals with TPS are now required to leave the U.S. by mid-March, March 17th, 2026. The U.S. provides temporary protected status to immigrants from certain countries that are impacted by safety conditions, such as natural and human-made disasters. The Trump administration has moved to crack down on immigration from certain countries in Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East. President Donald Trump has in particular targeted Somalis in the recent weeks. Obviously, we already know about that, accusing them of destroying the country and saying that the quote unquote Somalians should be out of here. The Trump administration has also targeted Somalis in Minnesota, in particular, after renewed focus on a fraud scandal in which many accused of wrongdoing were citizens of Somali descent. Remember what that guy, I forget his name now. Kevin, is it Kevin Shirley or something like that? Nick Shirley. I'm sorry, Nick Shirley. Remember that video which some of you guys were like, fraud is fraud. Well, that helped catapult Trump's focus on Somalis. And now he's saying, y'all need to get the hell out of this country. And you have till March 17th to get your ish in line, and y'all got to kick rocks. In a statement, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said, temporary means temporary. Country conditions in Somalia have improved to the point that it no longer meets the law's requirement for the TPS, for this temporary protected status, further allowing Somali nationals to remain temporarily in the U.S. is contrary to our national interests. We are putting Americans first. Crazy. The U.S. first recognized people from Somalia as being eligible for temporary status or temporary protected status in 1991. At a rally in December, Trump referred to Somalia and several other nations as hellholes and complained that, quote unquote, we always take people from Somalia, places that are a disaster. We always take people from Somalia, places that are a disaster. Filthy, dirty, disgusting, ridden with crime. He said at that time, the only thing they're good at is going after ships. Did he watch that Tom Hanks movie a few too many times? Look at me. Look at me. I am the captain now. Did he watch Captain Phillips? Is it Captain Phillips? I think it's called Captain Phillips. Did he watch Captain Phillips way too many times? That he's like, the only thing that they're good at is going after ships? Look at me. Look at me. I am the captain now. The Trump administration has moved to end temporary protected status from countries including Afghanistan, Venezuela, Haiti, and South Sudan. Multiple moves are being challenged in court, including the administration's push to end temporary protected status for people from Haiti and South Sudan. In October, the Supreme Court allowed the Trump administration to move forward with plans to end the program for Venezuelans. Why, do you ask? Maybe because we were about to attack Venezuela. And now they're going, well, they're going to make Venezuela great again. That's what's going to happen, right? That's what's going to happen. We're going to make Venezuela great again. Remember, he did call Haiti an ish-hole country. I got to use these code words, but he did say it was an ish-hole country, right? And then, of course, now he's saying that these other countries are, basically ish-holes. He's now saying hellhole now. But it's interesting that he said just a few months ago that Somalia is a hellhole. But now Kristi Noem is like, it's fine. Go back. Okay, you Somalis, go back. The country's better now. It's not a hellhole like he said a couple months ago. He was just being funny. He was just being Trump. It's not a hellhole anymore. Go back home. It's like that Tracy Ullman situation. Go home, right? Anybody remember that show, Tracy Ullman show? Deep cut, but still interesting, right? We got Trump saying that these are hellholes, but he's also cutting off temporary protected status from the likes of Venezuela, Haiti, South Sudan, Afghanistan, and now Somalia. Interesting, right? He's saying, kick rocks, go back. And don't let the door hit you where the Lord splits you. Wild. Wild indeed. Let's take a look at this video here. Right here.
To share with you on this Tuesday, as Fox News is reporting that the Trump administration has ended the temporary protection status for Somalis in the United States. We're taking a look here at a social media post courtesy of Fox News, and Fox News Digital saying this: the Trump administration is ending temporary protection status for Somalia, affecting several thousand Somalis currently living in the U.S. and several hundred currently living in Minnesota under the protection. Somali migrants with TPS will be required to leave the country by March 17th. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem told Fox News Digital in a statement, quote, temporary means temporary. Country conditions in Somalia have improved to the point that it no longer meets the law's requirement for temporary protected status. That statement went on to say, quote, further, allowing Somali nationals to remain temporarily in the United States is currently and contrary to our national interests. We are putting Americans first. Bringing us out to a live image that we have of the White House over in Washington, D.C., as I continue to cite some more of this reporting courtesy of Fox News Digital.
What's wild to me is like, we're going to take a look at the White House as I explain everything that's being said in this tweet. Crazy.
Tell Fox News Digital that there are 2,471 Somali nationals currently in the U.S. under TPS, with just over 1,300 in the country with pending TPS applications. The move comes as DHS continues ICE operations in Minneapolis, Minnesota, after a widespread, roughly $9 billion fraud scheme involving members of the Somali community plagued the state. Fox News Digital learned that an estimated 600 Somali nationals who are protected by TPS live in Minnesota. Now, Somalia was granted temporary protection status in 1991 as a result of an ongoing civil war in the African nation. Former President Biden most recently extended the protection in September of 2024. Now, the decision to end TPS for Somalia also comes a day after Minneapolis, the Twin Cities there, Minneapolis and St. Paul, sued the Trump administration after a historic federal immigration enforcement operation was launched by ICE and DHS. Last week, during ICE operations in South Minneapolis, a woman was fatally shot by an immigration officer as she drove her vehicle toward agents, prompting agitators to riot across the city and in cities across the U.S. Secretary Noem labeled the woman who was killed, Renee Nicole Good, a, quote, domestic terrorist, saying, quote, she weaponized her vehicle after blocking ICE agents on the road.
Now, of course, we already know about all that, okay? But still, nonetheless, they are saying Somalis, get the F out, which is absolutely insane, okay? And I'm sure, I would assume at some point there will be some sort of, some sort of policy, some sort of paperwork that will block this from actually happening. It depends. It really does depend on what happens. I mean, they just said that, and just to get this so I can quote this correctly, they said that it did happen. The Supreme Court did allow the Trump administration to basically end programs like this for Venezuela, okay, with Venezuelans. So there is a possibility that the Supreme Court could literally push back and say, nope, you cannot go further in kicking out all of these thousands and millions of these Somalians. You cannot do that, but you never know. There may be a situation where the Supreme Court might go, yeah, go ahead, let them go, right? Now, there's something I want to show you guys. It's a little bit of a left turn. It's not really a left turn, but it does have to do with all that we've been with this whole Somali situation. Just rock with me for like 2 seconds here, guys, all right? Because it is interesting because the guy, Nick Shirley, the conservative YouTuber that made that video that basically launched this whole thing launched this whole thing into what it is now, it has transpired and what it has become now. Let's not forget that it has become something pretty insane now, because you got the likes of ICE came out because of that. Think about that for a second. Now, I'm not trying to put blame. I'm not trying to point blame. I'm just talking about the timeline. Now, Nick Shirley, if you don't remember who Nick Shirley is, he's the guy who literally went out to Minneapolis, and he literally, and I'm just showing a still of this guy. This is a still from the actual video that he did. he made a YouTube video basically saying that Somalis in Minnesota or Minneapolis were taking advantage of the system, that they were committing fraud. And he was saying, I got proof of it. We're going to go knock on door to door. We're going to prove that they do not actually have daycares with kids in it, right? So he, just so you know, this is what started this whole thing. If he did not, I hate to say this, but it's about the timeline. Look at the timeline. He made a video. It went uber viral, so much that Trump and Vice President Vance shared it with no background, no updates, no doing their due diligence, no back checks, no nothing. No investigation to make sure that whatever video he was making was actually factual. They just retweeted it. I want to make that abundantly clear. Instantly, they're like, this is what's going on with the country, whatever the hell, right? As soon as this video that he made goes uber viral, what comes next? ICE is deployed of the likes we've never seen before. I'm just throwing a little Trumpism in there. To Minneapolis. So there was a huge uptick in ICE in Minneapolis because of the video that he made. They went out there to go and try to take and arrest and detain at least as many Somalis as they could, trying to catch them in the middle of fraud, etc. And then you have what happened to Renee Good. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that it's all his fault. I'm not saying that. But if you look at the actual timeline of everything, if this video did not exist, there wouldn't have been a huge tidal wave of ICE agents deployed to Minneapolis so quickly. And maybe Renee would not be in the car and getting shot 3 times in the face. Maybe. But nonetheless, it all starts right here. Ain't that crazy? And of course, even afterwards, we already know more and more ICE is showing up, more and more issues going down with this. But here's the thing. Now Nick Shirley's starting to get, apparently he's drawing a lot of mockery because of an interview that he did where he just looks like he's looking like Boo Boo the Fool. So I don't know if you guys know Channel 5, but Channel 5, he's a guy who goes out and he interviews all kinds of people. He's interviewed the likes of Hunter Biden and others, and we've showcased some of his interviews on this show. But what's interesting is there's some clips here that we need to take a look at. Because like I said, he's getting a lot of backlash because they claim that this is a guy who just makes things up for the sake of getting views. And he will spin these things, what he says, to cater to his audience, that he's not actually showing the truth. I'm just quoting, and I'm just saying what people in the streets are saying, okay? I have no opinion about this, all right? Just letting that, I want to make that abundantly clear because I already know some people are already going to be very much in their feelings about me saying these things. This is what people are saying, that they're like, yo, he was just walking up and knocking on random doors. He didn't give any background information about those, about the times he was going and knocking on those doors, all that. But there's other allegations of him making other types of content where he's gone out to other countries and shown like, oh, it's not real. There's no wars going on here at all. That kind of crap. You know what I mean? Just basically lying and feeding to his base in a way. Editing in a way to make it look a certain way, so on and so forth. But this is what people are saying in the streets. I don't know about all that. I'm just saying what people are saying in the streets. Now, here's the thing. He went on to this guy's show, Channel 5, and they've been putting out tweets. So Nick Shirley apparently lost respect for Andrew for not speaking on the demise of Charlie Kirk, even though he did. And people are going in on this dude. Take a look.
By not saying anything about the death of Charlie Kirk as well, I thought that was pretty messed up. In a way, he's somebody just like me and you who was making videos, putting it on the internet, and then people literally killed him. But I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
I never saw anything on Instagram.
What am I supposed to say?
You never shared anything.
I interviewed the guy who was debating him while it happened, and I mentioned a bunch of times that it was horrible and it represented like one of the worst pivots in American politics ever.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well,
okay. So how can you sit there and say you didn't talk about Charlie Kirk, yet you know that the interview exists in which he was interviewing the guy who asked the question right before Charlie Kirk lost his life? You see what I'm saying? Do you see how asinine that sounds? But he's like, I don't like the fact that you didn't talk about Charlie Kirk. What? What in the actual F are you talking about? A whole episode that he did was specifically about Charlie Kirk and this crazy thing that happened. If you took 2 seconds to just listen to 5 minutes of that episode, you would have gotten it in 5 seconds flat. But he's sitting here out here saying that. See what I'm saying? I can see why people are looking at this dude sideways and going, dude, he's wrong for this.
You should watch it.
I don't want to.
Why? It's historically relevant.
It is historically relevant. I did lose respect for you when it felt like you went silent.
Well, you should watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Oh.
See what I'm saying? How would you go silent on something when you're making when the whole episode is about the topic? Again, here's the other thing too. Let me point this out too. It's kind of like a Candace Owens moment, right? What, the thing I say about Candace Owens is always like, oh, a broken clock is right 2 times a day. Broken clock can be right 2 times a day. Here's the thing. Maybe he really did expose and unearth the massive fraud going on in Minnesota. Maybe he really did do that. Broken clock can be right 2 times a day. Maybe the other content that he's made has just been propaganda. Maybe it's just all been one big fat ass fugazi, just for clicks and views and to feed his audience and feed the narrative that his audience wants to see and hear. That's possible, right? But then he could also have something where he just hit the nail on the head directly. It's possible. It's very possible. But also at the same time, this to me shows an example of somebody who's not fully doing the work. That is just going, okay, you didn't do anything. You didn't talk about this particular thing. You didn't bring up anything about, let's just say, Charlie Kirk. So what I'm saying? It's like, wait. Huh? He did, though. You see what I'm saying? It to me, I can see where some people are jumping on this and running with it, right? Jumping on top of him, being like, dude, what are you talking about? What are you freaking talking about? I was right there. I did a whole episode. You saw that I did an episode. You're acknowledging that episode actually exists. So where would you come off thinking that I didn't bring up the conversation or bring up a topic or bring up Charlie Kirk if you know that I did a whole Charlie Kirk centric episode? Makes no sense. Now, something else that's got pulled up, I got to share it anyway. Nick Shirley explains how Channel 5 Live, okay, or Channel 5 News, okay, the channel, can grow their audience by saying this. I wonder what he's going to say. Let's take a listen to this.
How do you think I could build more credibility on the more conservative side of the aisle as far as interviews go?
Don't be afraid to say, what are Somalians known for? When you know the answer inside your head, but you're too afraid to say it.
Well, I just don't know if it's based on a stereotype or if it's not.
You know what they're known for. You said it.
Well,
Pirates. So you're scared.
I'm not scared. I just want to I'd have to go and talk to them. I'm not scared. I don't want to go out and say things about people if I don't know the community. I got to go to the restaurants. I
asked you the question, what are they known for? And I knew you knew what they were.
Because Hollywood promoted Captain Phillips. I mean, what are we known for in Somalia? I don't know. Cheeseburgers.
So why'd you question your thought?
I'm not that smart.
So you're asking, how do you gain credibility and trust? Well, you say a fact for a fact.
And the fact is that the first thing I think of when I think of Somalia,
and the fact is, what are Somalians
Captain
known
Phillips.
for? Pirating.
Well, that's in Somalia. There's no pirates in America.
Who's stealing all the money in Minnesota?
The same as a pirate.
That is piracy. So how do you gain more trust? Well, don't be afraid to say a fact or an opinion.
Even
when
if
you
I know that.
Okay, you realize how asinine that is, right? I'm sorry, but that's freaking racist as hell. Oh yeah, no, this is exactly what you should be thinking, because that's what all Somalis are. You're already thinking it in your head, so this is exactly what it is. That's the truth, because that's what you're thinking in your head. This is all the assumptions, and and the statistics say that they do this. So therefore, you should definitely believe what these stereotypes are on these particular people. All of them are pirates. They're all pirates. That's racist as fuck. So what does this guy automatically think on people who are not white? Let's just say that. Does he just have a blanketed opinion on every single person that he meets? Oh, you're Mexican? Oh. And he just automatically thinks, oh, you're that way. Clearly, you're that way. Duh. You're that way. Thank you so much for letting me know. Thank you so much for letting me know who you are. Okay. And I mean, here it is. A moment like that. What did they say? What's the phrase? When they tell you who they are, believe them. Right? That to me, not good. Not good, y'all. Just my opinion. I think it's wrong for us to automatically assume that, I don't know, to categorize every single race or group of people as such because you saw a movie. So just because we seen Boys in the Hood, what, all black people are just straight up gangster? We're all just from the streets running around, blasting, drinking 40s, smoking blunts. This is what we do. That's it. Asian people with their stereotypes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Really? So again, it's kind of messed up, y'all. It's messed up. But again, this is the world that we live in now, right? This is the world that we live in. And and it's crazy to me that this is 2026 and we're here. Like, this is where we're at. We've come here. I thought we would have transcended as a people at this point, but no, that's not the case. You just got dude here. Okay. All right. That's some very terrible things to say. Very terrible things. And that's funny how he said, so you watched Captain Phillips and you just automatically assume that they're all pirates. All Somalis are pirates. It's asinine to me. It's asinine to me. So apparently there was a little bit of a press conference talking about, of course, talking about what's going on in Minnesota. So let's take a look at that here. We're taking a little bit of a left turn back into this conversation.
This has to change, that this needs to end. The time is now. Yes. The time is now. And so with great hope and love and commitment to one another, we're going to do that. And so you're going to hear very briefly from a set of our own community members who are coming together with thousands upon thousands, and I pray millions of us are going to come together and take this real day of pause, who are going to say we are not going to shop, we are not going to work, we are not going to school on Friday, January 23rd. And instead, we are going to be of conscious, of community. Those of faith are going to be in fasting and prayer. We are going to rally together right here in downtown Minneapolis at 2 p.m. and have a march. But this is not like any other march. This is where we are letting our folks know We are letting Minnesota businesses know it is time to choose a side. Yes. Yes. If you're a business here in Minnesota, Target, we're looking at you. That's right. You're a homegrown business. Yeah. And yet we've watched video after video of your own employees. Some of them American citizens being snatched from your halls. Stand up, speak out. We are going to leverage our economic power, our labor, our prayer for one another. And so first, we are going to hear from one of our speakers today. Our first speaker is a business owner, Rodrigo Cardoza.
Thank you all for coming here today. My name is Rodrigo Cardozo. I'm a small business owner at the Mercado Central, a conglomerate of 31 businesses that has been the cornerstone of the Lake Street and Bloomington area during the last 25 years. We have 31 businesses that translates into 31 families that obtain sustenance from these businesses. We generate around 500 direct and indirect job opportunities in the community. And we are not alone. There's also the case of the Burrito Mercado in St. Paul, a business that has been leading the market, the community for about half a century, that has been partnering for many years with local arenas, with law enforcement, with community in general. We are here to express our concern because as entrepreneurs, we don't understand that a community that relies on the in the thriving business community, the immigrant community, that has been building this area for many years, is it's just being squished and threatened. Yeah. I have something that I like to add on this moment, and it's that we don't comprehend how a country that depends on entrepreneurs and is targeting the very people who build and continue to build the economy. What we are living through is an economic violence against all of us. So we call for all of you to understand that immigrants are not the problem. We are job creators, partners, community builders. We are calling on our leaders to get ICE out of Minnesota, so families like ours can get back to doing what we have always been doing. Running our businesses, creating jobs, contributing to the economy, and building our strong communities.
I feel like there's going to be, apparently there's going to be some sort of protest, some sort of fasting type of protest. No school, no work, no shopping, no nothing next Friday, which I think is going to be a very, interesting to check out. Now, here's something I do want to share with you guys, okay? And this is also very important because there is this is kind of breaking news, not really breaking news. I found out this morning, but it is breaking news that on Friday afternoon at 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, so 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be doing an exclusive interview with House Representative Wesley Bell. Now, I had an interview with him on the red carpet at Nelly's Black and White Ball, right? And I know a lot of you guys got a chance to check out that black and white hangout IRL type of thing. What's interesting is that now I'm going to have a sit down with him in person. We're going to go and talk about all of this. Okay. We are going to be talking about everything that's going on, everything that's going on in Minneapolis, in Minneapolis, everything that's going on in the House, everything that's going on with Epstein files, with literally everything. I just want to make that abundantly clear. So this is a very big deal, because I've been trying to get a representative of some sort onto the show to talk about what's going on politically, what's going on inside DC right now. This conversation that I had with him was fire, and it was just randomly right there, just casually shooting from the hip. We are going to have a full-on interview in person on Friday live. I'm really looking forward to it. Of course, I'll probably do something where I post something so that if you guys have specific questions that you want to ask him, I can ask those, have them ready and prepared so that I can ask those questions live on the show for you guys as well. So I'll try to set something up so you guys can do that, right? But then also, like I said, he also says this in this interview that I had with him. He is also part of the House Oversight Committee for the Epstein files. So he has seen a lot of stuff. He knows a lot of stuff. And so I'm really looking forward to talking to him now, especially with everything that's going on ever since Epstein files to Charlie Kirk, to the shutdown that just happened in November, to obviously Renee Good's life being taken. Is it justified? Is it not justified? So we are going to be having a full-on conversation live, and I'm really looking forward to it. Hold on to that question, because I know to Boston's mom just said, I got a question. Hold that question. I will be putting a post on the community page, most likely a little bit later on today, basically, asking you guys, hey, if you have any questions, please, comment underneath, and I will get all your questions there too. And of course, I'll be taking super chats during the live, and I'll ask those questions to him live as well. Okay. So again, it's going to be Friday at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that's 4:30. Sorry, I said 3 p.m. 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. Okay. Just so you know. Yeah, I be tall. I am tall. Okay. So again, if you're interested, that's going to be a big conversation. I think that's going to be a big show. I think it's a very important one, especially with everything that's going on. Of course, I'm sure he is, and from my understanding, he is not a fan of ICE being deployed everywhere. We're going to be talking about all that as well. It's 3:30 Central Standard Time, 3:30, just so you guys know. I made a mistake when I said it earlier, 3 o'clock. It's 3:30 Central Standard Time, 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. Okay, guys? So again, it's going to be a big deal. All right. So I'm really looking forward to that. I just wanted to give you guys that bit of information before we continue on. All right. Now, so we got to get into this because there's some other stuff here that I want to share with you guys, because the protests are still raging on. As I said before, like I always say, the protests are still raging on. Take a look at this. Where's my mouse? There it is. Yeah, so that's what's going on right now. Not a whole lot of craziness, not a whole lot of things popping off, but obviously we're going to keep an eye on all that too. Now, again, hold on, guys, 1 second. 1 second. Okay, so there's a lot. There's so much going on, guys. I know I keep saying that, but it is the truth. There's so much going on. It's extremely off-putting how much stuff is going on. But I do need to share this with you guys because this is just I just did this as a short, but we do need to talk about this. We're venturing into the true crime realm for just a spell, all right? But it is pretty insane what's going on right now with this whole missing persons case. Let me explain. There is a man, a known Hollywood actor, highly revered, very respected actor by the name of Timothy Busfield, that is out on the lam because he's accused of doing some really bad things to littles. Now, we got to talk about this. I did a very quick short about this earlier this morning. He is out on the lam. No one knows where this guy is. In fact, his wife has no idea where he is. This is pretty insane. This is pretty insane. And we definitely need to talk about this because no one knows where this guy is. Where could this guy be? Now, U.S. Marshals Service joined search for actor Timothy Busfield after these allegations dropped just a few days ago. I mean, his wife just deleted all of her social medias, etc. This is insane. I know, Messy. It's like, yeah, surprise, surprise, right? Another guy in Hollywood doing something bad to littles. Are we really that surprised, everybody? No, not really. But it's still pretty insane, the reaction of it. What he did or what he has done since this. An arrest warrant has been issued. As soon as that arrest warrant was issued, he disappeared. Just like dissolved into a pink mist, okay? He is nowhere to be found. And these allegations are very serious. 2 kids, ages 11 years old, are claiming that he did some very, very bad things. One of them said that he started doing bad things to this person when he was around 7 years old. Yeah, guys. And now he's gone. Yep, like a fart in the wind. And if these allegations are true, he's got a lot of explaining to do. This is insane. So the U.S. Marshals Service has joined the search for actor Timothy Busfield after a child accused him of SA in New Mexico. Authorities have been unable to locate Busfield since authorities in New Mexico issued an arrest warrant for him last week. So the warrant was issued after 2 children reported that he allegedly did very bad things. He did very inappropriate things on the set of the Fox series, The Cleaning Lady, in which he actually directed and acted in as well. So I've never heard of this show before in my life. I'm going to be real. I've never heard of this show before in my life. We're going to take a look at that in a second. The Marshals Service confirmed Tuesday that it is assisting the Albuquerque Police Department in the search for Busfield and the investigation into the alleged incident. A lawyer representing Busfield did not immediately respond for a request for comment. According to the complaint or criminal complaint filed earlier this month, parents of the 2 boys who acted in this show on this Warner Brothers show, The Cleaning Lady, said Busfield allegedly put his hands on them on multiple occasions when they were just 7 and 8 years old. One of the boys reported that he was attacked, okay? That this guy put his hands on in his, not in good places, per the complaint. I got to use these code words. It's very annoying, guys. But unfortunately, it is what it is. So these allegations, okay, They're saying that these things took place between November 2022 and spring of November 2024, according to the complaint. All right. Warner Brothers conducted an independent investigation into complaints made against Busfield that were reported in February of 2025, but was not able to find any evidence to corroborate the allegations. The allegations included claims that Busfield kissed a child on the face when he was getting a haircut in the hair and makeup trailer. Okay, so maybe he kissed him on the cheek. I would hope that was the case, but maybe that's not warranted. I mean, that's weird. That's weird. Why you know what I mean? That ain't your kid. That ain't your child. In an interview with the investigators in November, Busfield alleged that another actor on the show told him the mother of the boys was upset with Busfield when children weren't brought back for the final season of the show, alleging that the mother wanted revenge on him for that reason, according to a transcript of the interview. So the kids were not brought back for another season of the show. And they're saying mama turned into a stage mom, got up all up in her fifis and said, F you, bro. I'm going after you now, and making these allegations. The actor declined to speak to investigators, according to the complaint. It's wild. It's wild. Busfield is best known for appearing in TV shows like West Wing, 30-something, and the movie Field of Dreams. The actor and director won an Emmy for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Drama Series in 1991 for his role in 30-something. He's married to actress Melissa Gilbert. And if you don't know or remember Melissa Gilbert, Little House on the Prairie, Melissa Gilbert, if I'm correct. She deleted her Instagram sometime after the allegations against her husband resurfaced. Now, of course, they've reached out. NBC News has reached out to her representatives for comment about this whole situation. But this is absolutely crazy, guys. If this is true, this is absolutely crazy. I thought I had a video for this. Hold on. Do I have a video for this? Yes, I do. It was just right behind the other one. Let's take a look at this.
Are joining in the manhunt for actor and director Timothy Busfield, known for many roles, including on West Wing. There's now a warrant out for his arrest after accusations that he inappropriately touched 2 children while working with them on a show. News Nation's Alex Capriello joins us live. So, Alex, what all is going on here?
Yeah, Nicole, I just spoke with the Albuquerque Police Department, who confirmed that it's now working really closely with the U.S. Marshals to try to track down and arrest Tim Busfield. The U.S. Marshals, if you don't know, they're highly trained professionals, most often utilized when trying to track down dangerous and high-profile fugitives. Busfield rose to fame for his role in Revenge of the Nerds, Field of Dreams, and The West Wing, of course. The heinous nature of the accusations of crimes against children and his status as a well-known Hollywood actor and director makes him a high-value target wanted for capture. Busfield is wanted for alleged crimes he committed while directing the show The Cleaning Lady from 2023 to 2024 in New Mexico. According to a criminal complaint, during that time, 2 young actors, only 7 years old, claimed Busfield touched them inappropriately in private areas while on set. The docs lay out a pattern of grooming where Busfield would shower them with gifts and praise, but also kiss, grope, and fondle the boys in a bedroom on set.
I hate that. I hate that. So he was doing this on the set? Word?
Investigation is still in its early stages, and accusations made from children are not always reliable.
Mr. Busfield is presumed not guilty, and these are allegations stemming from several years ago when the minor was allegedly 7 or 8 years old, and the minor has given conflicting accounts.
So Busfield has not addressed these claims publicly yet, but we do know his side of the story based on what he told detectives, which he said is just not true. He said instead that this is a story being made up by the entire family because the boys were fired from the show before that final season. However, this is also important. Detectives also discovered a series of allegations made against Busfield dating all the way back to the early 90s, Nicole, in which he inappropriately touched women that
So he has a history of this ish, allegedly.
includes a 17-year-old girl. In both of those cases, charges were either not filed or there just wasn't enough evidence to prosecute.
All right, Alex.
Oh my God. Oh my God. So he has a history of this stuff. I feel bad for Melissa Gilbert too, because you just don't know. Like, you just don't know. Like, you know what I mean? I'm sure she has no clue. I'm sure she's completely in the dark. Didn't know what was going on, type of thing. No type of, you know what I'm saying? No heads up, no fair warning. Fell in love with the guy. And then, he's just doing this. He's hiding in plain sight. It's very disturbing, guys. Extremely disturbing. But he's out on the lam, y'all. He's kicked rocks, and they are trying to find the dude. Where is he? Did he hop on a plane and fly out? What the F is going on here? Yeah, somebody said something about him maybe with Russell Simmons doing sun salutations with Russell Simmons in Bali. You never know. He might be out there too. You don't know. But where is this guy? And of course, I just want to show this to you, the show, because I've never heard of this show before in my life. But apparently he was also directing and acting in this show called The Cleaning Lady. It was on the air for 3 years. So a Cambodian Filipino doctor comes to the U.S. for a medical treatment to save her son. But when the system fails, she uses her cunning and intelligence to save her son. That's what the show is. The Cleaning Lady. I don't know what this show is about. Like, what was she like, cleaning up murder scenes or something? I don't know. Interesting. But nonetheless, this is the show, allegedly, that he was also directing. And then apparently there were kids on that show that he put his hands on that he should not have. And now the dude is on the run. Yeah, oh Lord, indeed, Angela. Angela. Mona. Come on, Angela. I can't do it right now. Mona. So yeah, ain't that crazy? He was always on Melissa's TikToks as well. Damn, Debbie, damn. That's crazy. Again, I'm sure she loved him very much, but these allegations are insane. And yes, she has deleted her social media. She's completely wiped off her entire social media, which is crazy. And it's telling. It's very telling. But we got something that's starting to break that just happened. It just started about 10, 15 minutes ago. So I want to share this with you guys. Ilhan Omar is speaking on what's been going on. She's speaking on out on the Department of Homeland Security funding and reform. So I want to play this, see what this is all about. So let's rock and roll.
Thank you all for being here. As the Deputy Chair of the Progressive Caucus, I am grateful to have our members united to ensure the Department of Homeland Security faces accountability.
Thank you. Jeez Louise.
Last week, the nation watched an ICE agent shoot a Minnesota resident in broad daylight. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. I am beyond heartbroken and outraged that the Trump administration's actions led to Renee Nicole Good's murder. Her final words before being shot were calm and non-threatening. She said, "That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you." Those are the words of someone attempting to de-escalate, not someone posing a lethal threat. After the shots were fired, the agent is heard saying, "Fucking bitch." This did not happen in isolation. This was not an accident, and it was certainly not inevitable. This killing is the direct consequence of deliberate choices made by Donald Trump and his administration. Over the last few months, the president has repeatedly inflamed tensions, espoused hateful rhetoric, and intensified attacks on Minnesotans, especially the Somali community. ICE's increasingly violent actions have terrorized our state and culminated in this needless loss of life. This is what happens when you give people with guns impunity. Dangerous things take place. To be clear, demanding accountability is not radical. Calling for systematic reforms are not extreme. This is the bare minimum required to restore safety and justice back to our communities. The American people deserve answers and accountability. They deserve to live without fear of federal agents acting as judge, jury, and executioner in our streets. And so today, I am glad to announce that the Congressional Progressive Caucus has adopted an official position to hold ICE accountable. Our caucus members will oppose all funding for immigration enforcement in any appropriation bills until meaningful reforms are enacted to end militarized policing practices. We cannot and we should not continue to fund agencies that operate with impunity, that escalate violence, and that undermine the very freedoms this country claims to uphold. ICE has no place in terrorizing Minneapolis or any American community. Together, we will stand united to ensure we put a check on the pattern of violence and lawlessness from this administration. Next, I want to introduce our whip, Congressman Chuy Garcia.
Thank you. As the whip of the Progressive Caucus, I am pleased to announce that our caucus has voted to oppose any appropriation to ICE and Customs and Border Patrol unless specific reforms are met. We believe in dignity, in justice, and accountability. ICE has acted lawlessly and recklessly for decades. It's only now that we have videos and the evidence. This isn't a new development, but now the problem has been supercharged. Led by Republicans, Congress has signed off on tens of billions of dollars for the agency. And just last year, Republicans gave DHS $170 billion for border and interior enforcement in the big ugly bill, including $75 billion to ICE. Since then, ICE and other DHS agencies have doubled down on brutal, targeted enforcement programs. They've tear gassed children. They've ripped families apart. They've disappeared and detained lawful permanent residents and U.S. citizens. They killed Silverio Villegas Gonzalez and shot Marimar Martinez 5 times in Chicago, in my district, within just a few days. And they killed Renee Nicole Good last week in Minneapolis. This is what happens when we give a bottomless pit of money to the Trump administration, which prefers death and destruction to the health, safety, and well-being of our communities. I represent a community that's been one of the epicenters of terror, as Minneapolis is today, and brutally unleashed by ICE and CBP. A community that could use those $75 billion for healthcare, for housing and education. With $75 billion, we could make a meaningful difference in the lives of millions who are struggling with insurmountable costs of living. Programs to provide housing to families, childcare for 6 million children nationwide, 2 years worth of Pell Grants for low-income students. So today, I'm proud to stand in strong support of the position that our caucus has elected to adopt, rejecting unaccountable funding to ICE and CBP. And I also encourage all members, Republican and Democrat, to join us in voting no against the weaponization and the militarization of the government against our communities. Vote no on government cover-ups and lies. No to giving more money to Kristi Noem and other DHS officials who spit in the face of congressional authority and public accountability. No to using taxpayers to fund terror, trauma, and death in our communities. No más. Insto a todos los miembros republicanos y demócratas a que se unan a nuestra bancada para votar no en contra del uso de las Fuerzas Armadas y la militarización del gobierno contra nuestras comunidades. Vote no contra los encubrimientos y las mentiras del gobierno, no a darle más dinero a Kristi Noem y a los otros funcionarios del Departamento de Seguridad Nacional que desprecian la autoridad del Congreso y la rendición de cuentas ante el público. No al usar de dinero de las contribuyentes para financiar el terror, el trauma y la muerte en nuestras comunidades. Ya basta. Next, I would like to introduce the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Immigration of the Judiciary Committee, Pramila Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Representative Garcia, and thank you so much, Chair Omar, for your incredible leadership and courage in this moment, and to all of the members of the Progressive Caucus for taking a very strong, bold, and necessary position on appropriations. We cannot continue with business as usual as immigration agents tear gas peaceful protesters, ram down the doors of residents in Minnesota and across the country, as they round up U.S. citizens, as they strip our rights one by one. Last week, we all watched in horror as an ICE agent killed Renee Nicole Good in the streets of Minneapolis. She is not the first person to die at the hands of a rogue agency. And nothing we say or do can bring back Renee or any of these other individuals, but we can demand change in their memory. We have to urgently pass legislation to roll back the excessive funding for immigration enforcement that was in the Republicans' big bad betrayal bill. And we cannot support additional funding for the Department of Homeland Security without seriously meaningful and significant reforms to the way that federal authorities conduct activity in our cities, our communities, and our neighborhoods. No more masked agents. No more ramming down our neighbors' doors without a warrant. No more threatening and intimidating the American people from exercising their First Amendment rights. They must end detention abuses by immediately ceasing the use of private for-profit detention centers. 35 people have already died in ICE custody just since Donald Trump came in. As the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee, I get a notice every time an official death, and that's just the official deaths, are recorded. And there are reports that people are being forced to sleep on the floor with cockroaches, fed food with maggots in it, and had medical care withheld. Anything for these private facilities to save a buck. And there must be independent investigations of lawlessness and violence by immigration agents and Border Patrol agents, and meaningful consequences for those who commit these acts of violence. Not a slap on the wrist, no impunity given to these officers to do whatever they want on our streets and just sent back out into the streets. This Friday, we will be conducting our 6th hearing of the Immigration Subcommittee Democrats in Minneapolis, St. Paul, with Representative Omar and the Minnesota delegation. And we will hear from people who have been directly impacted, and we will continue to demand accountability, because that is the thing that the American people want, and it is absolutely what we must do today. With that, let me introduce the incredible representative from the state of Illinois, Representative Delia Ramirez.
Thank you, Congresswoman. You know, as you're hearing my colleagues talk about what's happening in the streets, I really want to encourage you not to normalize this moment. You've heard a lot of what's happening over and over and over. And it's really easy for you to hear abduction, kidnapping, killing, beating, dying in detention. And if you hear it so much, at some point, perhaps it may feel normal. None of this is normal. It's unconscionable. For the last year, Chicagoans and our neighbors across the country have been dragged, disappeared, beaten, abused, kidnapped, shot, murdered in front of their very own loved ones. And as Americans watch the violence and the indignity on their phones, on television, they've come to understand what so many of us already know, that the Department of Homeland Security is a threat to our collective safety. But I want to be clear. What is happening today in our communities, whether it's Minneapolis, Chicago, Oregon, North Carolina, LA, New York, New Orleans, and the list goes on, it's not an accident, nor is it new. You may be surprised by what I'm about to say, but DHS immigration agents, they're not rogue. Why? Because from its establishment, DHS and ICE has been empowered through a lack of oversight and too much latitude to violate our rights under the pretense of security and safety. Who is feeling secure and safe right now under the Department of Homeland Security? On January 7th in Minneapolis, Americans saw the danger of infusing unlimited resources into DHS's abuses of power. ICE shot U.S. citizen Renee Nicole Good in the face. But many of us have been talking about what's happening for a very long time. And we knew that unfortunately, at some moment, we would be here today, heartbroken and devastated, watching the number of people dying under DHS. So now we've plainly seen what they do with unlimited resources and unchecked power. Funding ICE only fuels our own destruction. We cannot assure our security by sacrificing our humanity, our dignity, our liberty. So what can we do? You've heard from my colleagues already. How do we protect our Constitution? We have to use Congress, appropriations power to hold DHS accountable. Yes, and that means we must oppose new investments and demand policy change and reforms. It means we're not voting on a DHS package without any reforms, significant reforms. But I want to go further. We have to also impeach Kristi Noem. I want to go further than that. We need to prosecute the criminals in masks. We need to cut and claw back ICE's funding as natural consequences for DHS's disregard for the rule of law and violations of our rights. We have to use every single tool, including the power of the purse, to end the campaign of terror, because we brought ICE into this world. And we have a responsibility to decide what we do with it after. Let me just say a few added words in Spanish. Lo más importante que tiene que escuchar nuestra gente es que el caucus congresional progresista, aquí con nosotros, ha decidido tomar una posición muy formal. Como no pueden imaginarse, el Departamento de Seguridad Nacional quiere más dinero para secuestrar a nuestra gente, para matar a nuestra gente en las calles, para meterlos en cárceles, mandarlos a El Salvador y a otras partes del mundo. El Congreso aquí, el caucus progresista congresional, ha decidido que no votaremos por ninguna legislación que tenga más dinero para ICE, para el Departamento de Seguridad Nacional, que incluye también CBP, si no vemos reformas con contabilidad que sea en verdad concreto. Es muy importante que en este momento usemos todo lo que tenemos en nuestro poder para hacerlos a ellos contable. Y con este grupo aquí lo haremos. Muchas gracias. Con eso es mi gusto introducir. It is my pleasure to introduce to you. I'm Spanglishing it right now. I know the president will love that. The one, the only, our champion for immigrant rights in Florida, Maxwell Frost.
I'm going to play this last one, and I'm going to continue because there's some more things I want to show you guys. And, time is starting to run out.
Thank you so much, Delia.
Good afternoon. I'm Congressman Maxwell Alejandro Frost. I represent Central Florida in my town of Orlando here in Washington, D.C. Today, I want to speak about the choices Congress faces in the upcoming appropriations bills, the responsibility that we have on funding decisions that we make. And I'm very proud of the Congressional Progressive Caucus for taking this principled stance, because the one thing that we can do that no one else in the communities that we represent can do is walk onto that House floor and cast the ballot and cast the vote. And what we vote for and what we vote against is a true reflection of not just our character, but also our priorities and what we believe needs to happen in this moment. And as we see these videos and these accounts, as we see ICE in our community terrorizing our people, kidnapping Americans, human trafficking people across the entire world, our position is simple. We will not fund that. We say no to funding for any DHS appropriations bill as long as our people will continue to be killed in detention facilities, on our streets, in our communities, as long as this lawlessness continues. And this position is grounded in the reality of what's happening right now. 32 people have died in ICE custody in 2025. In 2025 alone. The agency's deadliest year in more than 2 decades. And in case after case, families and attorneys pleaded for basic medical care. Their loved ones died after being denied the treatment that they needed. In December alone, 6 people died in detention facilities. The pattern is accelerating, not improving. And just last week, Renee Nicole Good was shot, killed, murdered by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. She was a mother, a partner, a neighbor, a poet, a member of her community, and her death was preventable, and it should have never happened. Our nation is at a critical inflection point. When immigration enforcement results in the loss of life, whether in a detention facility or in our communities, it exposes deep failure in oversight, use of force standards, and accountability mechanisms. Congress cannot look away. Continuing to write blank checks without demanding change only will allow these tragedies to continue. And to be honest, it also means that we are complicit. That is why we are calling for clear, enforceable guardrails, stronger limits on the use of force, independent investigation when harms occur. We cannot depend on this administration to police themselves, and an end to the enforcement practices that are terrorizing our communities. People should not be afraid to go to work, to take their kids to school, or to simply live in their own neighborhoods because of how immigration enforcement is carried out. But I'll be honest, without us doing this, we cannot depend on this administration to do anything. I mean, hell, if they didn't care when gunmen walked into our elementary schools and murdered children on the floor in cold blood as they were there to learn, why the hell would they care about Renee Good? If they don't care when people go into our synagogues and our temples, when people go into our churches and murder our people in the middle of the street, just so the gun lobby can make more money, why would they care about the United States government doing the same thing to our people? That is why Congress must assert itself and step up. And the last thing I have to bring up is just the callousness of our leadership in the White House right now. That no matter what your political beliefs are, that an American died. She was murdered. Need I say executed by a federal agent who looked her in the face, looked her in the eyes, and then shot her in the face. And as her car turned into a casket and rolled away uncontrollably and hit a pole, he called her a fucking bitch. And then the president and the vice
Everybody dropping F-bombs now. Diggity damn.
president and Kristi Noem take to social media, take to their podiums to tell the country that she's a domestic terrorist. And then my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have the audacity to take to social media, to take to the oversight committee to say, well, hold up. We got to let the process play out to know what happened. Trying to gaslight us from what we saw with our very eyes. Of course, everybody deserves due process. You know who didn't get due process? Renee Nicole Good. She didn't get a shred of due process before she was murdered and executed by an ICE officer who obviously wanted to do her harm because he was mad, because he was angry, and he had a gun. And he used that gun to murder an American and a human.
Again, like I said, it's interesting. Yeah, they ripping the Band-Aid off. Yeah, man. Yeah, and also Evolved. Yeah, they're just like, shoot. If the mayor said it, if Trump can say it, shoot, I want to say it too. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy, but he is saying facts. I mean, the fact that they said the F word. The fact that the guy did say the F word after he pulled the trigger 3 times in her face. I mean, those things you can't deny. You cannot deny those things. You really can't. All right. It's crazy. Now, there's so much going on. There's so much going on. My God. So hold on one second, guys. Okay. Because I'm trying to get a few things here. First off, there is an update on this. We talked about this a while ago, very long time ago, but there is an update, and I don't know if you guys know about this, but the creator of Dilbert, Scott Adams, has passed away at the age of 68 years old. So this is something that's starting to break and come out since this morning. So cartoonist Scott Adams has passed away due to his, after his battle with prostate cancer. So his first ex-wife, Shelley, revealed the news during a live stream on Real Coffee with Scott Adams, reading his final message to his fans. So the letter, dated January 1st, reveals that he's still of sound mind and that he's converting to Christianity because of the risk-reward calculation. So in other words, he's doing Pascal's law. Hey. Pascal's wager, I'm sorry, not Pascal's law. Pascal's law is hydraulic electricity. Pascal's wager, Blaise Pascal's wager, who a scientist, artist, he basically was a Renaissance man, all right? He had something, philosopher, all that stuff. He came up with this thing called Pascal's wager. And Pascal's wager was basically like on whether or not to believe in God. He said, well, you might as well believe in God because it's a 50-50 chance that he's real, that God does exist, and that we do go to these pearly gates and we get in. Might as well get it right. Might as well just say that God is real rather than not. Because then you get a better chance of going to heaven rather than saying he doesn't exist. And then say you go up there and you find out God is real. Damn, kind of screwed if you're a denier. You see what I'm saying? So that's Pascal's wager. So that's literally what he's saying right here by converting to Christianity because of the risk-reward calculation. Pascal's wager, just so you know. Okay? But let's continue on. Just a little education for you guys. So, or the Golden Gates, or is it Pearly Gates? I thought it was Pearly Gates. Golden Gates, whatever. But anyway, moving on. Shelley couldn't bring herself to read the whole letter during the stream, but it appears the family released it on X later in the day. Then they broke the story. TMZ, which we're reading here, Shelley told us just yesterday that Scott entered hospice earlier this month and was receiving end-of-life care amid his rapidly declining health. She said nurses were going in and out of the home while she, her daughter, and her sister were providing care as well. Scott even recorded a podcast during which he acknowledged it may be his last ever, which feels more poignant now, given his passing. He announced that he had prostate cancer last year, which had spread to his bones and paralyzed him below the waist. In the late 1980s, while working at the Pacific Bell Telephone Company, Adams launched the Dilbert comic strip with United Media. He became a full-time cartoonist after Dilbert was picked up by several hundred newspapers, and at its height, the strip appeared in 2,000 of them across the country. Newspapers began to drop the comic strip in 2023 after Adams advised white people to get the F away from black people in a controversial podcast episode. Yeah, he really did do that. He posited his commentary on wokeness was the why the comic strip was actually cut. He was 68 years old. Now, yeah, that whole thing was pretty insane back then. Yeah. So he gone, guys. He gone. Just so you know, he has passed away. All right. Pretty insane, pretty shocking stuff, pretty shocking information for sure. So yeah. Real quick, I do want to pull this up here too. Let me just pull this up here really quick. It's insane because we got to talk about this. This is insane. So some breaking news, some more breaking news. Trump, I guess, is losing his mind. I know some people are saying, he's sundowning. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So a reporter presses President Trump on the promised $2,000 checks funded by tariff revenue. Trump says that he doesn't recall making that promise, but the internet remembers. Hold on. This is insane. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but this is insane. This is insane because I could have sworn, yeah, I thought he'd said it in video form too, right? I don't mean to laugh. I don't mean to laugh, but he said, did I say that for real? Word? Yeah, you did. So, okay, here, this is what he put. Remember, he was like, the tariffs are amazing. We're all going to get checks. And everyone's like, yeah, another stimmy. Yeah. Okay. And of course, for me, it's one big red herring. He's going, I'm going to bribe you guys so you don't look at what's really going on behind the scenes, baby. But what's really going on behind the scenes is something diabolical. That's what I think. That's just what I truly think. And now you got him sitting here saying that he don't remember saying this. Y'all, diggity damn. People that are against tariffs are fools. All caps. We are the richest, most respected country in the world with almost no inflation and a record stock market price. 401ks are the highest ever. We are taking in trillions of dollars and will soon be paying down our enormous debt, $37 trillion. Record investment in the USA, plants and factories going up all over the place. A dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, will be paid to everyone. So, this is what apparently was caught on a hot mic.
You promised $2,000 checks to Americans based off of your tariff revenues.
I did do that. When did I do that?
What?
Yeah, I'm thinking, well, I did 1776 for the military, right?
You remember that?
Get those checks. Well, I am going to. The tariff money is so substantial that's coming in that I'll be able to do 2,000 sometime, I would say toward the end of the year.
Let's play that one more time. They said, Mr. President, you promised $2,000 to the American people. He said, what? The hell I said that?
You promised $2,000 checks to Americans based off of your tariff revenues.
I did do that. When did I do that?
I did do that. When did I do that? But you realize that this was on his Truth Social, and this is not fake news. We even talked about it when it first came out, when it initially came out. And I was like, dang, it looks like everybody's about to get another stimmy. Word. Now, to me, I don't care. It doesn't change how I butter my bread. Don't get me wrong, $2,000 in my pocket is always nice. But at the same time, in my mind, I'm going, well, why are we focusing on that and not focusing on maybe utilizing those funds to do something for the country itself rather than just giving people $2,000? And yeah, there's going to be idiots out here that are going to be doing cartwheels over $2,000 in their pocket. You realize that $2,000 is going to go away like that. So again, what? People are going to go buy some PlayStations and some video games? I'm just saying. It's a fugazi. It's a red herring so that we don't look at what's really going on. And if I remember correctly, didn't this tweet or this Truth Social post come out around the time where people were starving in the streets when SNAP benefits were removed because of the government shutdown? Remember when this is all about the same time he did that was going on. He was like, oh, look, the tariffs are amazing. We're doing great. But I'm going to give everybody $2,000 each. But this was at the same time where people were literally going, I don't know if I'm getting my SNAP benefits or not. And my kids need to eat, et cetera, et cetera. This is all what he was putting out there to throw people off. So again, he's in the middle of sundowning, I guess. He's in the middle of losing his mind. And he forgot that while he was sitting on his porcelain throne, putting out this feverish Truth Social post, that he actually said he was going to give people money. So that's what he forgot.
But I mean, you're
Yeah, I'm thinking, well, I did 1776 for the military, right?
When will those Americans get those checks?
Well, I am going to. The tariff money is so substantial that's coming in that I'll be able to do 2,000 sometime, I would say, toward the end of the year.
So sometime toward the end of the year, yet this is... So guys, for those of y'all who said they're going like, ooh, money, just so you know, you're not going to be seeing it for a while. You're not going to be seeing that for a good long time. So that actually, that happened. That happened. He doesn't remember. That's not good. Just so you know. That is not good. Now, let me just close some of these windows because there's a lot of windows open. Holy crap. Whole lot of windows open. Of course, the protests are still going on. Let's take a look at this here real quick.
Required to, if you're a citizen, right, to carry a passport, but unfortunately, the country we're living in, it feels like you might have to.
And in the article. Okay, so we wanted
Wait
to check
a second.
is bringing even more agents into the one his
roll that back a little bit.
District as well, where neighbors, he says, continue to be targeted.
Respect for this neighborhood. There is no respect for the city and the state, where you continue to show up with guns while we have these whistles blocks away from where Renee Good was murdered by ICE. It just feels like ICE wants to escalate tension in our neighborhood while continuing to run rampage by tearing families apart.
A message for the families in the neighborhood?
You know, if you're vulnerable to deportation, please reach out to myself, your neighbors who have the privilege to have citizenship in this country. To we could help you with rides, food, groceries, figure out how to address the rent issues you're dealing with. You know, there are a lot of neighbors that are really desperate to help one another, and we want to help as much as we can.
Should people carry passports, paperwork?
You know, for a long time, I've been carrying my passport, even though I'm a citizen in this country. And that's the heartbreaking part of, like, literally having to carry a passport just because of the color of your skin. You know, you're not required to, if you're a citizen, right, to carry a passport. But unfortunately, the country we're living in, it feels like you might have to.
Yeah. And I'm going to be real. I agree. I think that we're now at that time where it doesn't matter if you are black or brown, doesn't matter if you're an American citizen or not. I think we're at that time where we have to. We literally have to do everything we can to have our credentials and be absolutely prepared. because again, they could just pick you up out of nowhere for no specific reason.
Jordan.
This is not good. It's not. And it's only going to get worse. If it continues in the way that it has been going, it's only going to get worse. Now, look at this. And again, like I said, don't ram cars. Don't be, don't go crazy out here, guys. Okay, don't be crazy out here. But a woman apparently said a woman was allegedly or apparently pulled from a car during clashes between activists and federal agents. Chaotic scenes erupted in Minneapolis neighborhood after ICE detains what looks like a teenager from a house. Again, absolute chaos. It might get loud.
This is your duty! Why don't you help that woman? Help that woman! Why don't you help someone? All you do is hurt! All you do is hurt! She's trying to drive down this fucking... Where is the law? Where is it? Bro, pull up the way!
Wow. I just feel like we're going to see a lot more of that kind of stuff. You see what I'm saying? We're going to see a lot more of that every day as this continues. We got more. Hold on. Let me just pull this up. This is, like I said, it's just getting crazier and crazier, and things are getting more and more violent. But they're saying that allegedly they're saying this is just crazy. ICE busted the window out and attacked a nonverbal person with autism for not complying right after pepper spraying the person, I guess, father, and arresting him. So what in the hell is going on? So this person is allegedly nonverbal, autistic, and this is, oh, dear Lord, this is how they're treating. Like he's got protective ear muffs. I don't know what they're called. You know what I mean? Protective ear gear, ear wear, whatever the hell they're called. Protective ear headphones, whatever the frick you call them. Okay, like. This shouldn't be happening this way, y'all. Oh man. Man, oh man, and this is the stuff that's slowly but surely starting to get shared out here. Okay, This is the stuff that's constantly getting shared. Yeah. Hold on. Let me make this. Yeah. I mean, they're saying, okay, so the one that we previously saw of the woman getting detained, they're saying that she was saying, I'm trying to drive down the street, but it seemed like she was trying to block ICE from being able to drive down that street. If that is the case, you don't like, I just don't think it's a good idea to block ICE because it just gives them more incentive to arrest your ass. I'm just going to keep it real, y'all. I mean, we got to play the game correctly. And we have to abide by these laws or you're going to get detained. Okay? Or you're going to get detained. Hold on, let me see something here. Oh, okay. Interesting. Thank you. I just saw that in the corner of my eye. Who just said that? They said rich bad. Just said rich bad Aaron. Thank you so much for the love. And for the update. Apparently the reports are saying that Timothy Busfield has been detained. He has surrendered, which is good news. Let's take a look.
Hi, everybody. It's Tim. I'm sure most of you know that are watching this that I was ordered to come to Albuquerque. I'm here now. I got the call Friday night. I had to get a lawyer. Saturday, I got in a car. We drove 2,000 miles to Albuquerque. I'm going to confront these lies. They're horrible. They're all lies. And I did not do anything to those little boys. And I'm going to fight it. I'm going to fight it with a great team. And I'm going to be exonerated. I know I am, because this is all so wrong and all lies. So hang in there, and hopefully I'm out real soon, and back to work. And I love everybody for supporting me. Thank you.
Interesting that okay. This is interesting. Again, this is the worst thing to ever happen to any person. Because it doesn't matter. Let's be real. Let's just say he gets exonerated. Let's just say he didn't do any of this. Let's just say it. Let's just entertain it for a few seconds. Doesn't matter. The damage is done. You see what I'm saying? If he really didn't do any of this, I'm just saying, erring on the side of if this is one big fat ass lie and somebody's trying to just destroy his character, destroy his brand, destroy him, it's forever branded on his forehead. Forever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's real. Doesn't matter if it's fake. It's forever branded on his head. Forever. He may be exonerated, but he will never be fully exonerated. That's what's so sad about this. Let me just say that, if he really didn't do what he's been alleged of doing. Remember, there's apparently there's other things that are going on. Other allegations in the past with women as well. So again, this is not good for him at the end of the day. This is all very bad for him. He explained, I didn't go on a run. I didn't run. I went back, or I went to Albuquerque, which is exactly where I need to be. I drove over here so that I can face these allegations, face these charges, and fight. So I guess he didn't really run. But nonetheless, breaking news, he is surrendering. And so he put out a video to basically say, hey, I have not ran, just so you know. We'll see how that transpires. We will definitely see how that transpires for him. But it does not, I don't know. It may not be looking good for him. We will see. Because again, if he is a monster and he did these things that he should not have done, then justice should be brought to him immediately. Now, I just want to play this one last thing. I may have to come back a little bit later on today and play the two-parter of the woman, the DoorDasher who that ran into a person's home and hid out and everything. I may have to show that to you guys a little bit later. But I do want to play a little bit of this because, of course, they're saying the DOJ, former DOJ lawyer, is basically saying is like reacting to them, to the DOJ refusing investigation into this tragedy that happened with Renee Nicole Good. So let's just hear what they got to say. Just a little bit of this.
Now, senior investigative reporter Carol Lenig, who was first to break this story. Brendan Ballou, former federal prosecutor and former lawyer with the DOJ National Security Division. Paul Butler is former federal prosecutor, professor at Georgetown School of Law, and an MS Now legal analyst. So, Carol, give us a sense of exactly who these officials are and why they left.
Chris, last night we learned and were able to confirm that at least 4, and now we are hearing possibly 5, senior leaders of the criminal section of the Civil Rights Division resigned in frustration over the failure of their office, in their view, to actually defend the constitutional rights of all Americans. Part of the concern for several of them, we were told, was the department's titular head basically saying we're not in the ICE officer who fatally shot Renee Good in.
I think it is very, very, very messy. Well, I feel like sloppy and messy are the code words for today. But I feel like it's very messy and extremely sloppy. The fact that they're not willing to do any type of due diligence, any type of procedure, looking into what happened. They're just instantly, blindly saying that what he did was right and completely justified. That's it. They're not looking at this and saying, well, let's see what actually went down. Let's make sure that the breadcrumbs leading to her demise are justified, or if they are not justified. They're not doing that. They're just making a blanketed statement and saying that it is what it is. And, she got what she deserved. FAFO. This is an open and shut case. I don't think so. I don't agree. And it makes me even more passionate about it, about where I stand, given the fact on how they're reacting to this situation. You see what I'm saying? There's the right thing to do, and then there's the wrong thing to do. And they're deciding to do the wrong thing instead of doing what we would expect. Let me explain something to you guys. Because if this was another person's name, if this was another, just use any person that lost their lives at the hands of police. Just think about this for a second. Like a Sonia Massey. You'd want full transparency. You'd want a thorough investigation into what happened to the likes of someone like Sonia Massey, right? Did she throw the pot? Did she not throw the pot? Was the pot really, was it a lethal pot of boiling water or not? What is excessive? What is not excessive when it comes to something like that, right? And I know it's a boiling pot of hot water and it's not a car, but I'm trying to point something out. They are doing their due diligence. The public would demand full transparency if it was a cop. And that department would have to basically feel the wrath of the people for not willing to do their due diligence. And here's the other thing too. They would instantly be called out as covering this up. They would say a cover-up loud and clear. This is a full cover-up. You're not willing to do any of your due diligence. You're not willing to do due process for this situation. No, you're just saying that Sonia Massey lost her life the way she lost her life justifiably. What? You're not letting anybody see any of the paperwork or even the body cam footage, if there really is any, to see what actually happened here? What? That's messed up. right? That's wrong. And here's the thing. Doesn't matter, Kevin. If Renee or George Floyd or Sonia or any of them were good or bad people. It's about the incident that caused them to lose their lives that deserves the focus and the investigation. But if you're going and sitting there saying, oh, the higher ups, the chief of police is sitting there going, like for Sonia Massey, for example, not saying that this actually happened, but I'm using it as an example. If the chief of police is like, nope, you don't need to see the footage, guys. We don't need to do an investigation. This whole thing was justified. You really think that the general public would be okay with that? You don't think that the entire department, that entire police department wouldn't be on the chopping block? You really think that people are just going to be like, oh, okay, you don't want to share with us? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I guess she did what she did. Moving on. No, they're not. So it's the same reaction here. Same thing. Only difference is this is federal. This has to do with our country. This has to do with our elected officials literally sitting here and saying, you can't see that stuff. Sorry, guys. Nope, can't give it to you. They're blocking that information from the general public. That is a massive, massive problem. And also for them not being transparent, if you really think about it, this is pretty damn transparent if you ask me. That is a huge problem, guys. Massive. And you think people out here in these streets are just rallying in the streets just for ish and giggles? It's bigger than that, guys. It's deeper than that. Same reaction that we would expect this is the same reaction that the people would be giving a department, a police department, a local little PD. Same reaction. But right now, this is at a global level now. Because we're talking about federal. And instead, because you got to understand, here's the difference between like PD, like a police department, and what they're doing federally right now, like the likes of Kristi Noem and all them. At least the police department would give off the vibe like they're doing service to the public. They would at least go, well, we'll give you some of it, but we have to redact some of the footage because it's really graphic, or the identity of some of the police officers that are in there need to be redacted. Something like that, right? But they at least would be going and trying to go through the motions publicly to let the public know that they're doing everything they can to be as transparent, let's just use quotations, as transparent as possible. What they're doing here is they're doing this whole thing right there in our faces. Nope, you can't see any of it. We don't care. They're being absolutely transparent and not transparent at the same damn time. Do you see what I'm saying? The feds are definitely doing something, and there's definitely some sort of cover-up going on here. And it goes beyond just the death of Renee Good. It goes to those facilities. Ilhan Omar and others went over there trying to see the facilities just to make sure that these people are living, having some semblance of decency for human life, that they're just getting the natural, normal things that every person deserves: food, water, a place to rest their head, man, a pot to even piss in. And they're getting denied that. And what did ICE do? They said, we know that we're supposed to show you the facility. It's within your rights, but we're not going to show you. What in the hell? What kind of planet are we living on? Then when it's like, we need to get the footage. We need to get all information in regards to the unaliving of this woman so we can get a full, proper investigation in. And if this guy deserves to be charged, he gets charged. But what are they doing? They say, nope, sorry. You can't see anything. She's a domestic terrorist, and what he did was right. They're being transparent while not being transparent all at the same damn time. Wild. Let her cook.
Minnesota. This was disturbing to many in the Department of Justice, but particularly to those in this criminal section, which has the duty of investigating and normally does investigate all fatal shootings by federal officers to determine, is there evidence that the use of force was appropriate? Was it legal? Was it inappropriate and therefore a violation of an American's civil rights? There are a lot of concerns about this shooting, especially because the vice president and the president both within 24 to 48 hours of the shooting declared the shooting justified without any probe at all.
That is a huge problem. You didn't go into it at all. You just said, hey, this is what had happened, and that's all it is. The right thing to do, I'm sorry, guys, it's about right or wrong. I know that there's going to be people out here that are FAFO all day long, but there's a difference between right and wrong. And we're seeing that clear as day. It is as clear as black and white. Real talk. It is as clear as black and white. They're refusing to do a probe into something that they should be doing a probe into. This should be standard procedure, and they're not doing that. That's a massive problem. And now you're hearing from other people. It doesn't matter if they're Democrat or not. It doesn't matter if they're lefty or right. You got other people. Real talk. I've been seeing videos of people who were MAGA, but then after seeing what they saw and what has happened the moments afterwards, the demise of Renee Good, there are people who are literally going, I'm done. I'm out. I can't stand for this. This administration, what in the hell's going on? There are people literally that shocked, that moved by this situation. That should tell us something. Sure, there's going to be people who are going to be hardcore MAGA, right? Like there are people out here that really believe that Brian Kohberger is innocent. You know what I'm saying? Right? I mean, there are people out here that believe Charlie Kirk is still alive. There are people out here that believe that Tupac is still alive. Biggie's still alive. Elvis is still alive. You see what I'm saying? There's always going to be somebody on some other side of the spectrum that's just going to be like, no. What he did was okay. Or yeah, Brian Kohberger, that's one sexy mother. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be somebody out there. Sure. But those that do believe in critical thinking, that can read the situation that is being written right in front of us in real time, we can literally see what's really going on here and go, wow. They're literally covering this up. Debbie, stop it. Wait, Elvis died? No. I just thought he was taking a break. I just thought he was taking a couple decade break. What? Yeah, he gone. Okay? He's somewhere. He gone. But again, don't you think that's a little bit weird? Like I said, any person that has an IQ above room temperature is going to be able to see this situation and read the room and go, wait, that's weird. Because here's the thing. Here's another thing. Think about this too. Okay, ladies, let me talk to you guys real quick. All right, real quick. You ever date a man or a woman? Doesn't matter what team you bat for. You ever date a significant other that you knew for a fact they were cheating? Hold up. You knew for a fact they were cheating. They were doing so wrong. Okay, you knew for a fact you were getting double-crossed, bamboozled, led astray. So you went over to whoever, right? And you said, I know you're cheating on me. And he or she is like, nuh-uh. Why do you think that? Right? Now, here's the thing. Dead giveaway that somebody is really cheating on you or not, if you say, give me your phone then. That is the phrase no cheating person wants to hear. Hold on, let me cook. Let me explain. So you sit there, you're going, I know you're cheating on me, right? And he's like, girl, you crazy. Why you say that? Man, you out your mind, girl. You crazy. Sit down somewhere, girl. I ain't doing that. I love you. I love you. And then you say, give me the phone. See now what had happened was it died. I was playing way too much Candy Crush. Yeah, let me just go in the other room and charge the phone because that's where the charger is. And then when it gets powered back up, I'll hand it to you. Right? But here's the other thing. Let's change the story really quick. This is exactly what I'm talking about, okay? When somebody says, I know you cheating on me, and homeboy's like, girl, no. The hell you on? What the hell you talking about? Give me your phone. You go, here. Dude, quick. He's going, say less. Here you go. Take the phone. I don't care. Shoot, we still got the landline. I can still call my mama from the landline. Okay? Enjoy yourself. Can you just, save my Candy Crush game that's on there, though, real quick? You mind? Right? Now, let's take that story, which was insane, okay? And I don't know why. I'm not sponsored by Candy Crush, but Candy Crush, holla at me. Anyway, you take that story, you click that, and you drag it all the way over here to ICE. ICE, baby. Now, here's the thing. If there's nothing to hide, if there's nothing to prove except the fact that she was the aggressor, she's a domestic terror, then you go, here's all the footage, baby. Take it all. Go ahead. We got to redact some faces, blah, blah, blah. But you know what? Give us some time. We'll give it to you, right? Blow. Here's everything. Text messages, forensics photos of the bullet casings, videos from every single angle, terabytes of video and surveillance videos and body cams, like there were any, but cell phones, etc. Right? They'd be like, here's everything. Take it all. You see for a fact that she is a domestic terrorist and he is the innocent one. He's the victim here, right? Just like you're going, oh, you cheating on me. And homeboy goes, here, take the phone. Take it. In fact, here's my password to all my emails. Go ahead and go through all of them. Okay? Go through all of it. Here's my iPad. All right. Here's my PlayStation. Here's all my electronics. Go ahead. See if I'm cheating on you. Go ahead. I dare you. Right? Same thing with this situation. This woman is a victim. We need to see what's going on. Sorry, we can't give you any of that footage. The fuck are you talking about? Why not? Please explain that to me. Why not? If she is a domestic terrorist, show us proof. But they're like, see, what had happened was we're going to have to block you on that. Yeah, and then we're going to give it to another department. And they're going to do their due diligence. Yeah, and all these guys over here, they work for us too. Ha! But you're not thinking about that. You're just thinking FBI is a completely different department. No, it's under the awning of the Trump administration. Remember that. He pulls all the strings on these federal agents and federal departments. And he has all the people there that are very much all up in his ass. So when we turn to them and say, hey, you say that he's a victim, show us the proof. And they say, yeah, you're not going to be able to see that. I'm sorry. We all have to ask that question. We all have to ask and side eye the hell out of them. That makes no sense, guys. Like I said, if your man cheating and you walk up to your man and say, give me your phone, I think you're cheating, and he gives you some BS excuse, or he says, no, I'm not going to give you my phone, blatantly says that, the man cheating, girl. Oh, and fellas, if you ask your lady the same damn thing, yeah, ladies or fellas, she cheating. Okay? She cheating. Just so you know. So again, that doesn't make sense, guys. Miss me with the nonsense with that. They want to probe. They want to probe, and they can't probe. DHS is blocking the probe. That's a big problem. Whether you see it or not, that is a big-ass probe. Lem. Okay. So, fine, Annette. Fine. Here. Let me just throw it in the. Maybe if I throw it hard enough into the camera, it'll go through and get to you, Annette. Take my phone. Okay? Well, you're crazy. Yeah. Girl, you crazy. I love you. I love you. I love you. Why would you think I'm cheating? I ain't got time. I'm in this room all the time. Go ahead. Go on, girl. I'm just saying, real talk. Don't you think that's a little bit weird? Let me get some of these super chats here really quick. All right. Rod, what up? Thank you so much for the love. Be on the correct side of history. Absolutely. We all should be, right? What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong, in my personal opinion. And cover up is a cover up. When I see it, I call it. Sorry. I know, Annette. No, Kim Kane said I was joking. Yeah. Yeah. Mimi, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Mimi Light Seer, thank you so much for the love. Regardless of marital status, deportation, is up. Yes, you're right. I was like, wait, I thought if you get married, that protects you to a certain extent. Or, it helps you get your citizenship a little bit faster, right? It speeds the process up a little bit. But I guess not. And that's pretty insane. If that's the case. Carbonize, thank you so much for being a member just being amazing. Thank you so much for being a member for almost 2 years. I appreciate it. Wild to have footage of them just following orders that will be used at their eventual trials right in the hands of the public. Hit the like. Don't forget to hit the like. Yes. Yes. I think it's interesting that they're doing footage all over the place. And now you got ICE doing the same doggone thing. Cameras are coming out. You got cameramen working with ICE so that they can, and they're shooting it like I don't have my camera here, but they're shooting it horizontally or vertically, I'm sorry, because they want to turn that stuff into content. That's literally what they're doing. They're about to turn all that crap into content, y'all. And of course, it's keeping tabs on all the protesters, at least the protesters that have their faces out. They can keep tabs on all of them. See what I'm saying? It's bad. It's bad, y'all. General Genobi, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you again. They're now using the 1930 verbs defend the motherland. What? Say what? For real? Also tased a man holding a child into full-blown seizures. Peeps support this. What the hell? I didn't hear about the defend the motherland for real though. Hold up. Hold the F up. We're gonna look that up. Hold on. We're going to X real quick. Let's see. Defend the motherland. Right now I see a lot of Venezuela stuff. Yeah, I don't see it, but I'll look into it a little bit more because that's insane if they're saying that. They're using, that's crazy. Then the other part about the man being tased, holding his child or holding a child that caused him to go into full-blown seizures is absolutely insane. It's diabolical, y'all. That is absolutely diabolical. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of crazy stuff, a lot of carnage out here very, very soon. And, good God. I just hope it doesn't escalate to something more. Because right now you got people who have, they're not going out there with weapons as far as these protesters. You're not seeing them coming out with weapons or anything of that sort. And that's the thing I'm really worried about. Okay, I hate to say that, but I am really worried about that people are going to come out with tools. I don't want to see that. And I know some people are like, civil war is here. And I'm like, I don't know if civil war is here right now. And maybe soon, but I don't see it right now. Neon Druid, excuse me. Thank you so much for the love. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. Bars. George Orwell. Bars. And we're seeing that in real time. And what's crazy is that there are people that are literally going, whatever you say, sir. If that's what happened, that's what happened. Huh? F-A-F-O. Huh? This is the world that we're living in, y'all. Crazy. Fabulous. Fab. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. He told them to stand by, remember? Yes, he did. Oh my God, you're right. He did say that. What did he say? Like, stand back and stand by, or something like that. I think he said stand back and stand by. He really did say that. Wow, you're right. Wow. Wow. That's creepy. And now it's like, welcome to ICE. Like there should be a recruitment video. Oh shoot, that should be a skit. But I see, this is the problem. This is the problem, y'all. This is the mother-loving problem. Okay. This is the problem. And real quick, please keep voting in the poll. I'd love to see it get to like 900 votes. We're almost there. We're very close to 900 votes. But go ahead and just let me know your thoughts. You know what I mean? If you like the varietal type of show, or if you just want that one show that I just focus on like one, topic and one topic alone, please, vote in the poll over there. Get to the poll. Okay. Please and thank you. All right. But what's crazy is man, sorry, I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? I just totally forgot. Hold on. I got a cheat code here. Yeah, buddy. Hold on. I got a cheat or anything of that sort. And that's the thing I'm really worried about. Okay. I hate to say that, but I am really worried about it. And I'm like, I don't know if civil war is here. The party told you they're bars. He told them to stand by. Remember? He said, stand back and stand by. He really did say that. Wow, you're right. Welcome to ICE. Like there should be so that's what I was going to say. Wow, I can't, unfortunately, what's really frustrating is that I can't do a lot of the things that I want to do, say like on TikTok anymore, because this was a topic I was going to bring up. TikTok is demonetizing a lot of platforms. So it did not just hit me. Like my whole platform got destroyed, right? Got completely ripped away from me. And it's not like I was saying that I was making a crap ton of money off of TikTok, but nonetheless, I was, it was part of my livelihood, right? This is what I do. I'm a content creator. This is what I do. I talk about things that are going on in the world, but also, as far as like what I had the idea of, it's like doing a recruitment or like what's the word? Like a orientation video for ICE. You know what I'm saying? Like you get somebody going in there like, welcome to ICE. And they're breaking down everything, like what you can and can't do. Like it's almost like the HR department had to put this thing together. Like, no, you can't just go up to Susan at the water cooler and talk about what her shirt looks, how her shirt looks on her body. That's a no-no. You see what I'm saying? Like stuff like that, right? You can't fraternize with your employees, with your other colleagues of this organization. You see what I'm saying? I feel like, but see, I can't make that content and put it on the likes of somewhere like TikTok. You want to know why? It will get taken down or it will get taken down, or my platform will get banned, right? So again, it's insane what's going on. And also, here's the other thing too. TikTok is now run basically by the White House. It has officially been moved over to the likes of Trump and his people. So if you do anything, it's basically turned into, I don't know, I guess like it's now a conservative platform. Unless you are doing something about, like, I don't know, you're doing true crime, you're doing music, you're making skits that aren't political satire, then you're doing just fine. But when it comes to news, political news, or anything of that sort, forget about it. There are people that are literally walking away from TikTok because they've lost all funding over there because of stating and reporting the news. Now, I do have an account over there, but I have to be very choosy on what I can put on there and what I can't put on there. And that's what's so sad about it. We should be able to have freedom of speech, at least when it comes to the content that we're talking about, or like the subject matters that we're talking about. But apparently TikTok does not allow you to talk about anything political, period. You could sit there and go, oh, he has cut off funding, federal funding for all of Minnesota until further notice. You say that on TikTok, you do that enough times, you report about Trump doing something a number of times, you could just be saying the news, not being like F the dude or anything like that. You could just literally just be reporting the news and you're getting kicked off. Like I said, a lot of content creators have now been demonetized, or their content has been taken, completely ripped off of the platform because they're saying things like news. Pete Hegseth does something wild, so on and so forth. Yeah, it's total censorship, which is wrong. That's not why that's not what they said about TikTok in the beginning. So again, if you're doing cooking videos, you're teaching people how to play the piano or guitar or something crazy like that, you're going to be fine. But if you do anything political, you're screwed. True crime, you can talk about that all day long, as you say unalive, right? But it's bad. It's bad. So a lot of people there's like a mass exodus happening with TikTok because you can't really make any money off of TikTok anymore, at least for the people who make content like I make, the content that I make. So just letting you know. I mean, definitely follow me on TikTok, but like I said, I have to be very choosy what I put on that platform, which is unfortunate, you know. But let me get some of these other super chats here. Carbonize, thank you so much for the love. I spent decades decolonizing, and the one thing I know for certain is this: don't trust no white man with power. Zero zilch. Whoa, damn. That is a statement. That is a statement. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the love. Minnesota is just as biased as you claim the feds are. Well, they definitely have their own perspective, just like the feds do. So I guess you're right. But at the same time, they definitely believe that what happened to Renee was not justified. But here's the difference between the feds and, let's just say, Minnesota elected officials. All they want is transparency. The feds do not. That's a massive difference. Regardless of their bias, all they want is due diligence. All they want is transparency. Feds, not so much. At least with this one. At least with this one. Let's continue. Craig, thank you so much for the love. Yes, this is the blind leads the fool. Yeah. We're living in some crazy times. Definitely. Nurse for God, thank you so much for the love. I love all your content, Pascal. Oh, thank you. I really do appreciate that, Nurse for God. And of course, thank you so much for gifting 5 new memberships. Thank you so very much. So much. Thank you. I think like when it comes to them, it looked like the bias and all that. Yes, the elected officials have their own perspective on what they've seen. But the fact that they're asking for transparency in a full-on investigation and getting the evidence so that they can come up with their own conclusion, I think that's massively important. I've seen countless times a elected officials or a department or whatever have their own particular bias and then suddenly have that bias completely get flipped on its end once they had all the evidence presented in front of them. I've seen that too, where they'll think, oh, it was unjustified. How dare they do what they did to X, Y, and Z, right? But then they do their due diligence and they go, oh, wow, he really did that though too. Okay, well, now we have this new piece of information and therefore this, that, and the third. You see what I'm saying? So yes, they have a bias. Feds have one too. But the massive difference is the feds are not allowing people of Minnesota to see any of the evidence. That's wrong. So then, of course, people are going to stay stuck, stay ready in their bias rather than getting the truth to change if it needs to be changed. You see what I'm saying? Or their truth, their version of the truth to change if they don't have enough information to get the change to happen. Do you see what I'm saying? So again, very interesting. Very interesting stuff. Let's go in here. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the love. Trump didn't do this first term. You can't just forget what Biden did for 4 years, creating this mess he's cleaning up. People voted for mass deportations. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people voted for, yes, well, that's the thing. I think people, see, that's the problem. I think that there's a lot of people that will look at the situation and go, they're like voting for Trump, and they didn't hear everything that he said he was going to do. But also you got to remember, there's things that he said he wasn't going to do that he's doing now. He said, oh, we're not the world police. We're not going to take over countries. We're not going to, and he said all of those things and he's doing exactly that now. So again, I feel like some people are like, he's politician-y. But he's way better than Kamala. That's at least what people think and feel. So what do? They vote for the guy, the lesser of the two evils. And also, I'll be real. Biden sucked balls. I'm sorry. Biden sucked big, gigantic cojones. I'll say it myself. I don't care. I just don't care. He sucked donkey balls. Okay? Big furry donkey balls. So then you see Kamala come in and it's like, word, we're going to have Biden 2.0, but without dementia? Same thing again? Here's the thing. Okay, you got me on it. You got me on it. You got me on it. We're going to talk about it. You got me on it, so we're going to talk about it. Here it is. So where they really screwed the pooch here, okay? Where they really screwed the doggy is when they said, we're going to put him out there. He'll do fine. Go ahead. Come on. Huh? Wait, the debate is over? Two old men basically saying, it was like Grumpy Old Men, part 3, And they're sitting there having their thing. Trump is obviously still with it. Biden gone. He can't even finish a full sentence without going off into another conversation. Burgers, cookies, right? Not the greatest look. And then what happened? The Democrat Party literally lost their minds and started scrambling. And then they scooped up a ground ball, which was Vice President Kamala Harris. And then she came in, and she's Kamala Harris with no talking points of her own, with no whatever, right? No policies that she wanted to bring in, nothing. She was ill. She was not prepared at all, y'all. All she did was take his script and started doing his part. She was literally the Democrats' understudy. Do you understand that? She took the same script, okay? She took the same mother-loving script and started singing the same songs, saying the same lines. Only difference, it was coming out of her mouth and not Biden's. You lost a lot of people off of that instantly. Wow, you just literally scooped up Kamala. You couldn't have picked anybody else at the last minute. Real talk, yards away from the finish line. You literally pull out your best, what you thought could have been the best player, and you threw in somebody else, and he's mimicking everything. She is mimicking everything. She has no independent thought for herself. Bad. You want to know something? Welcome to Shannon Sharp Show. That interview was deplorable with Kamala. Yeah. I said, I don't care. Bad. Here's the thing. If she came in with her own policies, with her own thoughts and said, I'm going to change things. Listen, I'm talking here. If she did all that, she might have had a better chance. I will say that. But she came in at the very last minute, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Perfect example. Perfect example, right? Remember this show, House of Cards, with Kevin Spacey? Remember that show? Fantastic show. That show was fire. It hurts to watch that show now because now what he's connected to and all that stuff. Okay. But here's the thing. So of course, he got in trouble. He got fired, right? And then at the very last minute, they decided to do the final season with his wife playing the president. It's not the same. You can't even really watch the final season and really embrace the show because it's a completely different show. Do you get what I'm saying? You get it? So when you see something like that, you're kind of like, well, it was a great show, but then what happened? You should have just stuck with Kevin Spacey. It probably would have been fine. Shoot. Mel Gibson is doing just fine. He's still working to this day, right? And he's said some and done some really bad things in the past too. But you get what I'm saying, right? It's like, whoa. You just put in a whole other person to try to play this role. This doesn't make any sense. So that's my problem. Now, there's rumor that Kamala is going to run again. And if she does, I hope that she comes through guns blazing. And I hope she has thoughts, policies, and things that she wants that are independently thought for herself, not just repeating what Biden said. That's the one thing I think a lot of people lost with her. Oh, damn, again? We're getting Biden again. Biden sucked balls. Sorry, he sucked. It was terrible. We were hurting out here. All of us, all of America. Doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or not. It was bad, dismal. We need something brand new. We need something huge, vivacious. We need somebody who's going to change things in this country. Republican or Democrat, doesn't matter. But not like what we're seeing right here. All this craziness, all this division, all of this death. This is not how we should be handling our world right now. But we need somebody who's going to get us excited again. Real talk, we do. We need somebody who's going to make us excited again. Who's that going to be? Our revolving door of our seasoned players? Or is it going to be somebody brand freaking new? That's really going to make people think and really make people want to get out of bed and kick ass for the day. Real talk. We don't have that vibe right now. I said it. I don't care. We don't have that vibe. We don't. Let me get this. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Kamala was the border czar. Yeah, that went well. Yeah, it wasn't good. No, wasn't good. Nope. I'll be the first to admit that. Nope, wasn't good. Because look at where we're at now. All of this now bloodshed, right? All of this turmoil, all these problems. Again, have mercy, right? Have mercy. Man, if I ever ran for president, man, nah. Nah. I appreciate you saying that. That's very funny. It's very funny. But no. I couldn't. I really don't think I ever want to know how the sausages are made, because I think I might vomit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. And I just couldn't. I couldn't do it. That'd be a wild thing. Like, wow, I'm president. Damn. Where's the nuclear? Where's the football? And it's like, word? That's what really happened to Kennedy? Word? That's what happened to Charlie Kirk? Word? I don't think I could, you know? I don't know. I really couldn't. There are way too many other people that are so a lot more articulate, you know, a lot more presidential. I am not that. I am just me, you know? But, you know, to entertain it for 2 seconds, it's kind of funny. It's just like, you know, going back into, you know, into your imagination, like, And then you go, no. No. But it's too much pressure. Way too much pressure. I mean, seriously, Trump, Biden, Obama, Clinton, any of them, right? Anytime they've done something, it's been ridiculed, either on the left or on the right. It doesn't matter, right? It's rare to see a president that actually brings the people together and everyone's like, yes, what you just did is amazing. Keep doing it. Like, it's rare. There's always, like, now, because everything's so divisive. Yeah, no. Death by Booby just said, Pascal and Dolly Parton. How about this? Pascal and Patti LaBelle, okay? Because I just want all of those sweet potato pies for life, okay? How about that? Patti LaBelle. Don't get me wrong, she's a doll, Dolly Parton, okay? She's a doll, but nah, Patti LaBelle, okay? She could just keep on baking those sweet potato pies. All right, sweet potato pies in the kitchen. Okay, yeah, so let's do that. And then she could sing some songs when things go bad. You know, so you get the best of both worlds. You see what I'm saying? Share, really, bro? Share. If I can turn back time, no, because she'd be coming out with assless chaps all day long. And then as I'm trying to give my State of the Union, everyone's staring at her booty hole. Like, no. I'll be like, guys, eyes up here, focus. You see what I'm saying? Who doesn't love sweet potato pie? You know what I'm saying? Patti LaBelle's sweet potato pies are fire. If you haven't had them, well, they're probably not out anymore, but go get you some. They're fire. Anyway, Reed, thank you so much. I'll be your VP. I'm good at budgeting. Please, let's do that. You know, that would be hilarious. But yeah, I would never run. Never. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, y'all. I couldn't do it. Okay. Those legs, I'm done. Are you talking about Dolly Parton, Patti LaBelle, or are you talking about Cher? I'm assuming you're talking about Cher, you know? See, I don't mean to say this, but not a lot of white people have had sweet potato pie, it seems like, because it's like you go, I'm going to break something down. You go to like the holiday, you go to the holiday dinners at various homes. You go to a black dinner, right? Like a black Thanksgiving, they're going to be sweet potato pie. Sweet potato pie without even thinking twice. A white holiday party or holiday dinner, it's pumpkin pie. It's very interesting, but it's very true. You know what I'm saying? I'm just letting you know. Both are fire. Both are fire, but sweet potato pie always wins for me. For me. But you know, you go to a white. See, then sometimes you go to that white dinner, like that white holiday party, and they got the memo. Like, and they got greens in there. You know what I'm saying? They got the yams, they got the sweet potato pie, and they got the pumpkin pie. And you're like, oh damn, we integrated up in this mug. Okay. You know what I mean? But yeah, a lot of times you're seeing either one or the other. That's all. It's just the truth, y'all. I'm sorry. It's just the truth. I'm not trying to ostracize any person. I love you all. I love you all. You guys are all incredible. Okay. I love some pumpkin pie as well. But like I said, if I had the choice between the two, sweet potato pie. Always. Always. Okay. Sweet potato pie. Or just a big, thick cut of like chocolate on chocolate cake. You know what I'm saying? Because there's always one somewhere, you know? But like I said, do not put cranberries in no mother-loving mac and cheese. Not never. Okay? Don't you do me like that. I will have a conversation with you. I was nice the first time. I was nice. But I will have a conversation with you. The hell you putting grapes? You know what I'm saying? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't you dare do that. Raisins?
He brings the sweetness to it, so it's nice and sweet and salty at the same time.
Don't do that. Don't you? You know who? Mm-hmm. Don't you dare do that. Mm-mm. 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 Okay, guys, but so I may be on in a little bit, in a few hours, okay? Because if there's more craziness popping off, we will talk about it for sure. Yeah, don't you dare send me no classic. You better not send me not one cranberry. Okay? I'm sending it right back with a very angry Post-it note. Do you understand? Anyway. That is the show. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of the conversation. Do me a solid. You know, like I said, I may be on a little bit later on this evening. I'll let you, you'll find out when I go live. Okay. So please do me a favor. Oh, snap. I forgot about the damn poll. Okay. Hold on. Let me kill this. All right. First off, we're not done. It's not over yet. So 967 votes. Wow. That's amazing. 81% of y'all said that you love the multiple topics being covered. Because I asked you guys, do you enjoy the multi-topic shows or not? And you said, I love, 81% of y'all, I love the multiple topics covered. Nice. Well, it looks like we're going to be doing that from this point on. Because honestly, yes, there's a lot of true crime stuff. Yes, there's some court stuff that's going on as well. Literally, I'm keeping an eye on those things. But at the same time, there's so much going on in the streets right now. There's so much crap popping off. Not every show is going to be multi-storied like these shows as of late. But when things go crazy like this, when we got protests going on, we got things going on overseas, we got new policies, etc., popping off. Wait a second. Beautiful Messy Ball. Didn't you say that? Didn't you say something? I could have sworn I saw something in the corner of my eye. Something about what did Trump say? Did Trump just recently say something? Like he's what did he say? Like he's hold on. Trump, I think you said something about sanctions or federal funding in sanctioned cities, right? Is that my He's ending federal funding to sanctuary cities as of February 1st. Hold on. Where did you see that? Because I'm looking. I don't see it. I don't see anything at recent. He's ending federal funding to sanctuary cities as of February 1st. Hold on. Let me just see this. Because if that's true, yeah, I would love to talk about that for a second. I don't see it anywhere, but I will keep an eye. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I mean, a judge blocked Trump. He blocked Trump's effort to freeze $10 billion in child care subsidies for 5 states. A judge just blocked that effort. And that is as of, today's the 13th, as of today. So maybe that's the case here. Wait, what? Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. There's so much going on. So much drama in the LBC. Real quick, I didn't see that, but that's news to me. But look at this. Rachel Maddow. What's Rachel Maddow? I'll look into it. Hold on. Take a look at this. Everyone's like, is he okay?
Ladies and gentlemen.
This can't be real. Is this real? That can't be real, right?
Ladies and gentlemen.
That's got to be fake. Hold on. That's got to be fake. Is that real? I'm looking at the post. And no one's saying that it's fake. No one's saying, oh, yeah, this is AI. Yeah, that was weird. That looked real as hell to me. No one's saying that it's fake. Hold on. That was interesting. Now here's the thing though. Here's the other thing too. I really do appreciate my sleep. I don't get it much, but when I do, I love it, right? And being president, you don't sleep much. You don't sleep at all. And, he's 79, right? He's 79 years old. I mean, like, you'd think at some point, you know what I'm saying? Like, he gonna be tired. So I could see something like that actually happening, like off camera, on camera, that kind of thing. But that was kind of wild. Okay, thank you, Messi. I appreciate you sending this to me. Thank you so very much. Because I was looking, I'm like, I don't see this anywhere. So here it is. It says here, Trump to cut federal payments to sanctuary cities starting February 1st over immigration policies. So real quick, President Trump said his administration will cease federal payments in sanctuary cities and states with sanctuary policies starting February 1st, while citing jurisdictions that protect criminals and fuel fraud and crime. So speaking at this Detroit Economic Club, that's where he was just at. That video that we saw that may be real or may not be real. That was him in the middle of during his speech. Trump said the move was aimed at cities and states that refuse to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement and in the administration's bid to stamp out fraud. So now he's going to sit there and say, if you have a problem with ICE coming into your city, I'm cutting off funding. Just so you know, we're coming into your city, whether you like it or not. And if you give us any problems, we will cut off funding. So that's what we're seeing here. He is going to cut off funding. If anybody says, nah, man, you're not welcome here. Seats taken, right? He goes, oh, okay. If you're going to do that, then bye-bye your funding. Federal funding, guys. And if this is correct, what? You can cut off SNAP benefits as well here, too? Starting February 1st, we're not making any payments to sanctuary cities or states having sanctuary cities because they do everything possible to protect criminals at the expense of American citizens. And it breeds fraud and crime and all the other problems that come. So we're not making any payment to anybody that supports sanctuary. Trump was also criticized Minnesota officials while discussing what he described as widespread fraud in the state. We have also suspended payments tied to suspected scammers in Minnesota, of which there are many. It is a great state. It was a great state. Now it's getting destroyed by that stupid governor. So he also went on to accuse Governor Walz of corruption and said the level of fraud could not have gone unnoticed by state leadership. So this is the same place. This is the same place. So when he was like, if that really is what he did, I mean, this AI stuff is diabolical. So maybe that's the case here. Maybe it was, somebody using Soros or something like that, but still crazy.
We're giving 90-day notices to places like California, Scott. Right away, we're going to send out that notice. Who would bill the federal government as people poured into the state to send those people back because no country can afford to do it? No country can afford to take in millions of people, pay for their education, their health care, their hospitals. You just can't do it. And we all have a heart. You can't do it. But many of those people are murderers. They're people released from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums. They're people that are drug dealers. They're addicts. Additionally, starting February 1st, we're not making any payments to sanctuary cities or states having sanctuary cities because they do everything possible to protect criminals at the expense of American citizens, and it breeds fraud and crime and all of the other problems that come. So we're not making any payment to anybody that supports sanctuary cities.
Yeah, he's tired. Homeboy is tired. Okay. Yeah, he's tired. That's what that's how I'm seeing it. But again, he's sitting here saying like, yo, we're shutting off all federal funding. That means everything that's backed by the taxpayer dollar is now going to be squeezed off. So if you're in a city that is, pushing back, if you are a governor or mayor of a city or a state, and you're sitting there going F you to Trump, he's going to make sure that the people of your state feel it. So again, SNAP benefits, etc., all those things, gone. Shut down. Crazy. That is very, very crazy. Thank you so much for sending that to me. I appreciate that. But again, guys, I mean, this could get very, very messy if it continues going down this route. I hope that won't be the case, but we'll see how it all transpires, right? Give it time, but we're looking at some crazy, crazy stuff. There's still protests that are going on. There are still protests that are still going on so many different levels. Multiple demonstrations that are going on throughout the country for various things. We are still waiting to see if Trump is going to be attacking Iran. If that's the case, Will that be a good move? Will it not be a good move? I think he's trying to figure out that part right now, but we already know that Lindsey Graham wants to see carnage. Lindsey Graham I'm seeing him as a warmonger. He is a warmonger. That's what I see Lindsey Graham as now, because he is frothing at the mouth at the opportunity for us to go in there. And he already has hats that say, make Iran or make Iran great again. Yeah, he already has hats stitched out, embroidered with make Iran great again. No joke. So he wants to see the Ayatollah gone. He wants to see the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, gone. And I don't mean detained. He wants to see him 6 feet underground. That's wild. General Genobi, thank you so much for the love. Time for other countries to call in loans. Right? We're going to see what happens. But you already know Iran is begging for America to go in there and do that thing. I guess we'll see. Only time will tell. We'll see how this transpires. But that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in. Like I say all the time, you could be watching the show. You could be watching anything, anywhere else. You could be watching any show anywhere. But you decided to watch this show with me and be a part of this show. And that really means a lot to me. You have no idea. So thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of the conversation. I may be on a little bit later on this evening, just depending on some things. I'll let you guys know. But please do me a favor, all right? Before we get into this, thank you so much. But hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. Okay, and if you are watching on these other platforms, make sure you hit that follow button. Follow. Subscribe here on my main channel. Go and check out my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. And subscribe over at Pascal Raw as well. Hit that notification bell, set it to all on all these platforms so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because honestly, it is random, at least for right now. All right? Please and thank you. Hit that join button down below. Support the channel if you can. Check out my Patreon if you want to support even further. And of course, check out PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com. Got some really great stuff. Go check it out. PascalMerch.com. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. Have a really great rest of your afternoon. And I'll see you guys very, very soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.